Good morning, Madam Chair. We're live whenever you're ready to start. Madam Chair, can you confirm that you can hear me?
Good morning, Laura. Are we going?
Yeah, I'm waiting for a day. I think he's just dialing into CSB TV, Commissioner Blau.
Okay, great.
Commissioners,
Nice background this morning.
can someone confirm that can you hear me in the hearing
In
room?
front of the main Hudson Lotus Plan.
Can't get mine to work.
I don't get to walk on water as Commissioner Park used to enjoy, though, when I do this. I think I walk on gravel or DG.
Madam Chair, we're ready to begin whenever you're like. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Great. Sounds like we're good.
Okay. All right. Okay, then we are going to begin the meeting of August 26th of the County Planning Commission, Santa Barbara County, and I would ask that everybody watching join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. There will be a flag on the screen. Thank you. Flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read the TV coverage into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orca areas. A rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Would you like me to continue on to the roll call, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Great. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Park. Here. Commissioner Freeney.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Bradley.
Here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I think we move to Secretary Wilson on the agenda status report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of the agenda today, we have two items on the agenda. First item is the Ramey recorded map modification, and then we have the appeal of the CVW Organic Farms project. Staff is ready to present on both of those items today.
Thank you. Okay, well, we can continue on with the projection report then. I'm not seeing any request to speak on the projection report. So let's move to on the agenda status report, rather, move to the projection report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regards to the projection report, it is a great example of the best laid plans often go awry. So some things for the Planning Commission to consider today. The Planning Commission, I think, received a memo in regards to the ExxonMobil project that we had set for September 2nd and a follow-up meeting on September 9th. That project is going to be continued. And so one thing that I recommend the Planning Commission consider today, the Commissioners consider today, is to cancel the September 2nd and the 9th, is that project won't be presented or heard on the 2nd or the 9th. We aren't agendized to have a deep discussion on ExxonMobil trucking and the parameters of why that is. Director PLOWMAN may be able to provide additional information during her director's report. But in regards to projection report, consider to cancel the September 2nd and the 9th. Moving to September 4th, we received information yesterday that our efforts to finalize the ordinance amendment for SoCalGas, there's additional workings on that ordinance that we would like to accomplish before it's presented to the Commission. So on September 4th, which was set as a special hearing, the SoCalGas project would be continued and wouldn't be presented on that date. So the other thing the Planning Commission may consider is canceling the hearing on the 4th. We did continue the appeal of the Decker greenhouses to 4th because there was a project already on that. So the Commission may consider either having the hearing on the 4th or canceling it. And if it is canceled, then we would just renotice both of those projects to another date that we reschedule them for. Tentatively, we're looking at maybe September 30th for the SoCalGas. I'm looking at the projection report further. The Decker appeal, staff is looking at maybe October 7th, but as we go through the projection report, we can look at the items on each of the dates as we go forward. So that's the first 2 weeks of September to look at. We did have a special hearing set for September 11th, which is the Oasis Meeting Center. I would recommend that we keep that date on September 11th as staff is using that date to finalize the staff report and meet the deadlines to get it circulated. So that's the September 11th would be the Oasis Meeting Center. Moving through the projection report, our next hearing is September 30th. We have the Union Valley Parkway Community Plan Amendment that is going to be presented. And then we also have Key Site 3 scheduled for that date on October 30th. There's a potential of a telecom project being added to that date, as well as possibly SoCal Gas getting rescheduled to that date. The other item would be on October 7th. We have 2 items on October 7th, and that would be appeal of the CP1 supply systems, mixed light cultivation, and then we have the slow cultivation project on October 7th. October 14th, we have the neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon, Key Site 21 projected for that date. And then we have a interim greenhouse gas emissions of the special significance of the CEQA manual, presented on that date. Moving forward, October 28th, we have 2 items, CVW Organics cultivation, and that's the only item on October 28th. And then November 4th, we have Ocean Meadows, which is a residential project in the Goleta area. November, I think it says TBD. I'll look at Mr. Villalobos for what TBD means. I think that might be November 11th. No items projected for that date. And then December 2nd, we have the Santa Barbara Polo Villas. One item that we could consider when we're looking at the hearings on September, the dates that we talked about at the beginning of the projection report, September 4th or September 2nd, 4th, and 9th. There could be, means that we do have a hearing already scheduled for the 9th. We could move the Decker appeal to the 9th because it's already a scheduled meeting, but we'd have to potentially renotice that, and I'll look to Mr. Villalobos for that. Because we continue it to date specific, which is September 4th. If we moved it, we'd have to make sure that we could meet the noticing requirements to move it to the 9th. But that's a possibility to move the Decker appeal to the 9th, so we could cancel the meeting on the 4th, which is a Friday. Mr. Villalobos, I don't know what the noticing requirements is on that.
Mr. Wilson, I'll answer your questions, I think, in the order I wrote them down. So the first is regarding the November to be determined date. So that, you're right, it would be typically, we would have a hearing on the 11th, but that's a holiday, that's Veterans Day, which is why it's to be determined. My understanding is, from speaking to Mr. Seawards, that staff would like to have a hearing that week. So perhaps we could ask our planning commissioners to look at their calendars and see if we can schedule a hearing sometime in November to make up for that holiday. To answer your question regarding the Decker appeal, to notice the hearing for the 9th, I would have to submit the noticing in by tomorrow morning, so it is doable at this point.
Another option, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Another option, I'm throwing out a lot of options today for the commissioners to consider. The option is that we could just move the Decker appeal to the 11th, since we're already meeting on the 11th with Oasis, and not have a separate meeting on the 9th for just the findings for denial on Decker. But that we would make that item first, so we could designate the rest of the time for the Oasis meeting. So anyway, Madam Chair, back to you and the commission to consider all those options.
Thank you, Secretary Wilson. I'd really like to hear from, I guess, Commissioner Park. I'm sensitive to not having the Jacobs appeal continued much longer, because he's already waited a couple weeks. So if the commission's okay with trying to get through it swiftly before the Oasis item on September 11th, that might look like a logical move. But does anybody, commissioner, have feedback on that? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I'm trying to raise my, okay. So when we talked about the 9th, 11th and all that, we're talking about in September?
Yes.
So this would be continuing the Decker appeal basically 1 week. Is that right?
Right. Alternatively, we're looking at potentially October, which seems like a long time.
I frankly would rather hear it on the 4th than continue it another month and so on and so forth, because I think there's Mr. Decker's worked very hard on this project for a long time, and I don't think he wants to wait months and he might want to appeal this to the board. So I don't see why he should have to wait. And I also think that the community has a lot of people who've been paying attention to this, and it's fatiguing for them to go from hearing to hearing to hearing. So I don't want to continue it very long, but if we can continue it only a week, and that saves the whole issue of gearing up for a hearing that would only last maybe not all that long, I think we should continue the Decker appeal to the 11th of September. Is now the time to make a motion to do that?
Yeah, Secretary Wilson, is that okay?
Madam Chair, I think the motion would be to cancel the hearing on the 4th. And then what that would mean is staff would just reschedule it would renotice and reschedule it for the 11th. Being that we're not agendized to take an action on that specific project, the effect of canceling the 4th would mean that we would renotice and reschedule it for the 11th.
Well, then I
So
will.
the only other, okay, go ahead.
Then I'll move that we cancel the meeting.
Yeah, Chair Bradley, I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Farini, I'm sorry.
Yeah, before
Yes.
Commissioner Park moves forward with his motion, I'd like to ask Mr. Wilson a few questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Wilson, the Oasis project, we've all been waiting for quite a while on that one, and it's very important to the community. How much time are we going to need for that? I don't want to cut it short by bringing in something else if it's going to cut us short and we're going to run out of time.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney and Madam Chair. We've set aside, right now the projection report has it at 6 hours. Adding the appeal of the Decker greenhouses to the 11th, I don't believe would cut short that hearing, as we've designated that day to be receiving public testimony and presentations on the Oasis. So the Decker appeal is coming back as the commission to reconsider or to consider findings for denial and take action. So it should be a relatively short process on the Decker appeal. So to answer your question, I don't think it would be cutting into the Oasis project.
Okay, that's my big concern. Thank you.
Can I add something there? Well, we want to make sure that people can stay the whole day. And what is our hearing time still ending at 4 o'clock or 4:15 for the CSTV? Do we know? Commissioner Walton or?
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. I was looking at Mr. Villalobos, but he can't see me looking at him. The answer, I'd look to him for.
So the question is, how long do we have the hearing space on the 11th?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was attempting to help someone with a Zoom invite. So your question is how long is what on the 11th?
How long do we have the hearing room on the 11th in order to accommodate the Decker appeal? Are we going to have to leave by 4 o'clock or 4:15? Because I want to make sure that Oasis gets its full, space on that day as well.
Oh, so I think what you're asking if there's a conflict with any of the public health meetings. I'd have to ask. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can check into that for you.
Okay, and then the other thing is, is the applicant and are the appellants available that date? I guess we have to double check that, right? They were all relying on September 4th.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, and that what we could do is, if the motion is to cancel the 4th, we would proceed with the hearing on the 11th, and if the applicants aren't available, they could submit a continuance, and we could continue at the time that they'd be available. But we could at least set the 11th notice for it, so that way we could have the hearing in the event that they're all available.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Is that acceptable to you, Commissioner Park? You made the motion. I'm not sure that we even had a second. Did we have a second already? I'll second it. I'm talking. I'll second it.
Madam Chair, just to cut in, I don't know if Commissioner Park made the motion. I think he started to make the motion.
then back to you, Commissioner Park.
Yes. I wonder if we can check with the applicant sometime during the hearing today, that if we can trail this particular item and check with the applicant, does the 11th work? Because I really don't want to set in motion something that causes this hearing to be continued to October, November, or whatever, as people can't make this holiday or make that. I mean, I would actually rather just go forward with the 4th and have a 15-minute meeting and be done with it if we have to.
Hey,
So,
Commissioner Park, I've had my hand up for a while, but I would support that. I was going to ask you if you would look at just keeping it on the 4th, and that way we don't have any conflicts on the Oasis project coming up following.
well, I understand that. So I'm actually not going to make a motion right now with regard to this particular item.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else's hand up. And Commissioner Farini, I really apologize. I'm getting a slow start on the multiple digits in front of me. So I see Mr. Cooney wants to say something. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an obvious observation, but I think as a general rule, more than a general rule, almost without exception, we, understanding the cost of bringing staff and the commission together, try and minimize the number of meetings we hold. It just seems this one case, to avoid continuance a week, we are suggesting that we have a whole hearing on the 4th, and it doesn't make sense to me. I think if that date wasn't acceptable, we could find another date soon for the findings for denial to come back. My experience is that's a half hour at most, and so I'm in favor of canceling the 4th.
So I'm just looking for a motion, and I see Commissioner Park. Did you want to add anything now?
Oh, no, I didn't on this matter. I understand Commissioner Cooney's statements, but I'd add that there's a tremendous cost to the whole community for gearing up to hearings. So many different people miss work and prepare for things, and I'm trying to take into account that. But no, I had my hand raised to talk about the ExxonMobil hearing and canceling that and so forth, and I wanted to make a comment.
Okay, well,
point, but maybe that's premature. So
so
Commissioners,
that I want to do that.
Commissioner Bradley.
okay.
Commissioners, this is Travis.
And I also see Commissioner Blau. But first I hear from Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Villalobos?
Hi, it's Mr. Seawards. I have asked staff to check in with Mr. Decker to see on his availability, and as soon as I know that, I will let the commissioners know. So we'll ask for his availability. Yep.
Why don't we can we just trail this until maybe after item 1 and see if we have a report? Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Mr. Black.
Yeah, that's okay with me. I'm going to support Commissioner Cooney's comments and saying it's not reasonable to spend $3,000 of the county's money for a 10-minute hearing. It seems to me that if we're talking about this is coming back with grounds for denial, we've already heard the case. I would ask county council if we're going to have to open the hearing to the public to comment. If not, I don't think we have to, because we're coming back for findings for denial. We've already had the public hearing. And Commissioner Cooney is right, it shouldn't take 15 minutes. So I see no reason to spend $3,000 or $4,000 for a 15-minute hearing.
Madam.
Okay, thank you. Is that, I'm sorry, Ms. Richardson, please.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Blau, I would recommend taking public comment because we do have new documents, the draft findings for denial, but the public comment may not be as long.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's Well, I would actually lean toward Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Blau's position. So I would not want to hold the hearing on the 4th. So why don't we trail until a little bit later the continuance of this item to September 11th? I'm understanding from staff that we would have to leave the hearing room by 4 p.m. that day, which means if we do have to continue Decker, maybe it's not to the 11th because Oasis, I'm expecting, would take the entire day. But why don't we just trail this until after item 1? Is that okay with everybody? Commissioner Blau?
Okay with me.
Okay. Thanks for everyone's thinking on that. We'll finish it up. Okay, so that actually brings us to our request for public comment for items not on the agenda, and that
Madam Chair, before we leave the projection report, were we going to trail the 2nd, the 9th as well, or did we want to take action on that?
No, and I forgot I was supposed to call on Commissioner Park because he wanted to talk about the ExxonMobil item, right?
Yes, and if I understand correctly, we should have a motion to cancel those hearings. So I will make that motion to cancel the hearings of September 2 and September 9 for obvious reasons. I'd like to comment just a little bit further here, take an opportunity. I learned about this this change that's causing this cancellation by reading the Independent on Friday, and I was prepared to really delve into this stuff. So I would hope in the future, if we have a change of this nature on a major matter with a lot of documents to review, that we get notice as planning commissioners like the very next minute, so we don't spend that time to review it. But that being said, I did read the staff report anyway, and I wanted to comment on that because Mr. Zorovich, Mr. Briggs, and Ms. Ibarra put a lot of time into this thing, huge amount of time. And they did a really, really good job. And that may never come to light because the project's going to change. Okay. And so I want to bring to light, I want to praise them for having done such a good job, a complete job. They face a difficult task in the Energy Division because anything they do, somebody's going to oppose it and say that they're biased this way or that way. Now, this was very well done. It particularly touched on two issues that I was very concerned about, trucking on 166 and also GHGs from firing back up. I felt that was responsive to some of our concerns we expressed in Cat Canyon. So I'm going to say it again, and I can't say it enough. Thank you, Energy Division staff. You did a great job on this, and I hope the public appreciates it, even though it won't get as exposed as it would had we had a hearing. Thank you.
I'll second your motion, Commissioner Park.
And thank you, Commissioner Freeney. And Commissioner Cooney, did you have anything you wanted to add, or is that? No. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to cancel the two hearings of September 2nd and 4th. Yeah, September 2nd and September 9th. Mr. Villalobos, can you do the roll call on that?
Madam Chair, happy to do the roll call. I just wanted to remind the commission at some point we need to address that November hearing as well. So Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Freeney.
Aye.
And Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so the September 11th hearing, Mr. Villalobos, are you referring to the Oasis one?
So that no, Madam Chair, I was referring to the November to be determined date. So I believe that staff. So again, so that hearing is to be determined because that day that the hearing would typically fall on is actually a holiday. So I think what staff is asking the commissioners to do is perhaps look at your calendar to see when we can schedule a special hearing.
Okay, to me, that's something that we can do without people waiting for items right now. Can we trail that, or could we actually decide to do that by email after the hearing? I'd like to kind of move past the administrative stuff if we can.
No, I think that's fine, but
So-
eventually the commission will have to schedule it via motion. That doesn't need to be today, but
Okay. All right. Thank you for reminding us, David. Okay. Well, with that, then we are going to move on to our planning commissioners informational reports, the time when the planning commissioners have a chance to say if they've gone to a particular event or participated in a panel. So does anybody have something to share? I just see Mr. Wilson's hand up.
Madam Chair, one item, if we could go back to public comment for items other than what's on the agenda.
Oh, that's right. I was going for it. Secretary Wilson. So, Mr. Villalobos, is there anybody that wants to provide comment under public comment item?
Madam Chair, we did have one request from Renee O'Neill, but if anyone else who is part of the meeting wants to provide general public comment, just use the hand raise feature and we can take you after Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you.
So,
Well, then let's proceed to Ms. O'Neill for a public comment.
Ms. O'Neill,
I think I'm here.
yeah. Yes, Ms.
I'm
O'Neill,
getting
do you have the hearing
a
on in
lot
the
of
background?
feedback. Okay, wait a second. I'm talking in my telephone. Let me hang up my. Oh boy. Okay, let me try. Hang on.
That's much better.
Much better.
There. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. O'Neill.
Okay. I was on my telephone because I thought I had to speak into my telephone.
Ms. O'Neill, go ahead whenever you're
Go
ready.
ahead.
Thank you. Here we go. Good morning, commissioners. I'm calling to express my displeasure and frustration with the escalating issues in Tepiscay. Since the cannabis ban, growers are not only ignoring the new ordinance, they're actually expanding and disregarding the laws as usual. We have been pleading for our county's support for 6 years. I believe we have been more than patient waiting for enforcement. Our health, safety, and sense of well-being is being compromised and jeopardized daily because Santa Barbara County has failed to uphold and enforce the regulations set forth by this county and this state. As a result, I've had to turn to other agencies to get support. I feel I have been forced to take this to not only the level of the district attorney, but the attorney general as well. I have spoken to 2 attorneys at the California Department of Food and Ag. Both of them had said that they had read the Santa Barbara County Civil Grand Jury report, and both of them have repeatedly urged me and others in our county to take matters up with the Attorney General. I have been trying to resolve problems in Tepiscay for 6 years. Sorry, I've got the water tanker going up my driveway right now, and I'm outside. In the last 2 years, my husband was diagnosed with asthma, and as a result of the traffic that is going on through our property in an ongoing basis, we've had so much dust. In the last 13 days, 251 different cannabis-related vehicles went through our property in the last 13 days. We've got 20 to 30 vehicles coming through our property every single day on our dirt road, raising clouds of dust. In addition, the growers have expanded so much that they're using 151,000 gallons of water within just a few days. The water is trafficked through our property. 2 different water tanker trucks from 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning until 7 or 8 at night. I am absolutely appalled that.
Ms. O'Neill, you're going to have to wrap up quickly. Public
Well,
comments,
I
3
would
minutes.
like to ask, are there any comments or questions?
Yes, but we have a time limit on public comment. I'm sorry I didn't remind you, but it's really 3 minutes. So if you can just wrap up.
That's okay. Do you have any comments? Do you have any comments or questions?
I wish I did. I'm Sorry. I'm not seeing anybody's hands
Okay.
raised either. Actually, you know what? I'm on the wrong screen. Hold on. No, I'm not seeing anyone's hands raised. So thank you for your input, though.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. Okay, with that, I think I would actually complete the public comment item, and then we would go to the Planning Commissioner's informational report. So does anybody have anything they want to share? Not seeing anybody's hand raised, and we'll continue on the agenda. And that brings us to our consideration of minutes for August 5th and August 12th. Are there corrections to, let's talk about August 5th for the first item. Does anybody have any corrections they want to include? Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always an exciting part of the meeting for me. What I have is a question really on page 3 of our August 5 minutes. At the very top of the page, the revised finding 2.2, the very last line says, or last sentence, in order to comply with conditions of approval for permit expiration, the time extension is required for the project. That doesn't make sense to me, so I think another word is intended for expiration. I think it might be a permit extension instead. But I just think that sentence needs to be reworked, and subject to that, I'm prepared to move approval of the August 5 meeting minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. I would actually suggest implementation instead of extension, because does that make sense to Secretary Wilson or Mr. Villalobos?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I'd actually recommend that we trail this item. I'd like to have staff look at that wording to make sure that it matches what that condition is referring to actually as in states. I hear what Commissioner Cooney is saying, but I think that Fox and Wood, it had to deal with, there was an expiration date that they were seeking an extension for.
Okay. All right. So then let's trail just the August 5th minutes, because I'm not seeing any other hands raised for other corrections. Right. Okay. So that'll trail, and then let's move to the August 12th minutes. Commissioner Cooney, you're on deck.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll move approval. There was one typo that I'll send to Mr. Villalobos so the record is clear, but otherwise it's fine. So I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Mr. Villalobos, can you do the roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Freeney,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us to our Director's Report and Board of Supervisors hearing summary. So we turn to Director Plowman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'd like to report an item that was at the board yesterday, and we had our report back on KPMG's assessment of the Planning and Development Department to the Board of Supervisors. All that information is posted on the board's website, and I'm happy to forward that to you. As you may know, KPMG has been hired by the CEO's office to do an assessment of all county departments, to look at our processes and determine where improvements could be made to improve efficiency and customer service. And that includes all of our customers, the public, and applicants. And we had, I believe, 23 recommendations for the department, 5 departmental recommendations, and the rest were divisional. And some of the key ones included moving to a complete online platform in terms of application submittals and a citizens portal. We have a partial citizens portal now, and we use Acela, and we are looking at and have already been having demos done of what a more complete service from Acello would look like. And actually, it's quite powerful, and I think will make life a lot easier for the public and for the applicants. So that is it. That's been a recommendation that we've been looking at for the last year in the department already, and then KPMG backed that up. So I think that's an exciting change for the county, and one of the silver linings of the COVID pandemic is that we had to push to a form of that, and that's helping the public get used to how they're going to interact and obtain information. Another one was look at increasing over-the-counter permits that are truly ministerial permits. That's an item that would be added to the long-range work program. So, looking at things that may not be exempt now, but are slightly bigger than those types of projects that are exempt that could be approved over the counter and not have an appeal period to them. That's one of the items that we'll be looking at. Some of the other ones really relate to just how we are prioritizing cases. So making sure that we have a strategy on prioritizing the complexity of cases so that simpler cases can move along more quickly and not get stuck behind more complex cases with planners. It's something we try to do already, but I think we can make some improvements in that area. And another one is developing agreements, service level agreements with the other departments that are reviewing projects so that we have clear timeframes when departments will have to respond so that we can be responsive to applicants and explain to them how long it takes for maybe flood control or environmental health or fire to review their applications in the process. So that's just some of them. But we will go ahead and forward the link to the Planning Commission so you can read the report and then our implementation plan and our response to the comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome. In terms of COVID, we have an update from the CEO's office. It's looking like our offices will remain closed through the end of the year to help ensure that we minimize the spread of the virus. We are going to be monitoring that on a monthly basis. It looks as though our numbers have come down enough for schools to submit, schools that provide TK through 6th grade can submit for waivers to allow for learning on campus. So our school districts are currently going through that process. But if our numbers continue to fall, our closure may shorten up. So I will keep you posted on that. I wanted to let you know that the Coastal Housing Coalition is having their housing conference this year. It is going to be a virtual conference, and that is October 2nd. You can sign up. I think it's $110 to sign up, and it runs from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I think it provides a lot of information about housing issues, and I believe the guest speaker is, I'm going to forget his name. He's a writer for the Sacramento Bee, Dan Walters. Dan Walters, I believe, is the, he's going to be the guest speaker. I found the conference to be very helpful and useful over the years. Also, the APA is holding a virtual conference. That's earlier than the housing conference. It's September 14th through September 16th. And they also have a lot of good sessions on issues that you may be interested in. So I encourage you to look online to see if you want to participate in a day or a couple of the sessions that are available. They usually have a planning commissioner session that is available, specifically geared to your position. ExxonMobil. So just briefly, I very much appreciate the comments from the commissioners about the hard work that staff put into that report. It was quite lengthy and quite thorough, and I will make sure that they hear your compliments to them. And Commissioner Park's correct in that that staff report is going to have to be significantly revised based on the closure of Phillips 66 facilities. And if you don't know or didn't read the article, Phillips 66 is going to be changing their facilities in San Francisco to, I guess it's processing oils for biodiesel and materials of that nature, and moving away from crude oil. And what that means is that these facilities will be shut down by 2023. And it's a pretty significant impact in this county, in that they have the one trucking loading and unloading facility in Santa Maria that exists in the county that allows people to truck oil from offshore and onshore facilities, where it can then enter a pipeline and then be distributed to the north. With All American Pipeline being shut down, there will be no pipelines available. So it's going to have a significant impact on our oil and gas operators in this community. We don't really know exactly how that will play out, but it's we'll have to monitor and find out. We'll be working with ExxonMobil and talking to them about what the options are. But right now, it's trucking to Los Angeles or trucking over to Kern County would be the other alternatives. The closure, I believe, for the trucking pump station in Santa Maria would be by 2023. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is the cannabis operations in the EDRNs. And we heard public comment about that today. We have been working diligently with the CEO's office, the sheriff's office, and county council. Letters have gone out to all of the operators. Site visits have been made to most of the operators. I believe we're still working on a few site visits left. We are going to be working with them on an abatement schedule, and complete abatement has to be made by December 15th of this year. So this will allow growers to process and handle what crops they currently have in the ground, and then wrap that up by December 15th. Upcoming board actions. So there's a lot that's coming to you, and then a lot that's going on to the board. But the culvert that was proposed by Caltrans in Gaviota, that appeal is going on the 1st of September. We are going back, as I mentioned earlier, for briefings from the Board of Supervisors and getting direction on coastal short-term rentals and homestays, and then also on farm stays. We will be getting direction from the board on the scope of that, and that's on September 1 as well. The CEQA threshold update for the changing the thresholds for transportation impacts will be going on the 15th of September, as well as the general amendments that you already reviewed and approved to the CEQA threshold guidelines. Castle Rock appeal will be going on October 6th. And it appears now that we just have news that Herbal Angels is going to be attempting to redesign some portions of their project to respond to Planning Commission concerns prior to going to the board. So that date had been planned for the 6th. That will be postponed until further notice. On October 13th, KPMG also did an assessment of the cannabis permitting process and the licensing process, and we will be responding with the CEO's office to that report on the 13th of October. The Hawker Philippides lot line adjustment, which was something that came out of the Montecito Planning Commission, is on the 20th of October. And then you're hearing the Orcutt Community Plan Amendment to allow the Union Valley Parkway extension and upcoming here in September, and then the board will then hear that on November 17th. And then SoCal Gas, which you're going to be hearing, as you heard in September, will be at the board on December 8th. And then I believe, and I don't remember if Mr. Wilson mentioned, but we have the interim greenhouse gas emissions CEQA thresholds that are going to be coming back until the climate action plan's updated, and that's coming to the commission I believe in September. Will have to come in September or October, and then it'll be heard by the board on December 15th. I don't have information about when the San Ysidro roundabout will be going to the board yet, but we'll keep you posted on that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Park? Commissioner Park, did you have your hand up?
You're on mute.
You're mute. Commissioner Park, did you have your hand up?
Yes.
Did you have questions for? Okay.
Yeah, the real question I have is there somebody with the power in the county to get the gardeners to come to this office, not on Monday mornings? So but I know that's too philosophical. But on Exxon, two questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
If Exxon comes back, when would it come back? I get a lot of questions on this kind of
Sure.
stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, we don't have a date specific yet, but we are looking at November.
So that goes to my follow-up question. I'm assuming if what ExxonMobil wants to do is say, actually, we do want to use Highway 166 and take this stuff to Pentland, then we don't need an EIR. But if a new EIR, but if they want to truck it further north and over to the valley or to LA or something, there would need to be a new or supplemental EIR. Am I getting that right? Because that would certainly affect when it could be calendared.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, if they changed their project description in that manner, it would require additional review. Definitely. So we don't know yet what ExxonMobil is going to be proposing. Maybe they're not connected anymore. It's just Exxon. But so I don't know yet. I'll have to keep you posted on that.
Okay. So now let me ask about something totally different. You mentioned something about Herbal Angels and a redesign, and then I kind of missed it. If it gets redesigned, does it still go to the board as a de novo project, or does it come back to us to look at their redesign?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, they have the opportunity to make changes because it is a de novo hearing at the board, so they can make changes and go to the board directly.
So it wouldn't come back here, no matter
it
what.
Would not.
No matter what they did to redesign the project. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is that all you had, Commissioner Park? Great. Okay, I think that's it. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so that will conclude that item. And then we'll move on to our standard agenda. I know Mr. Ramey's been in the hearing room waiting patiently. So does staff need just a couple minutes to set up, or are we ready to go right away?
Madam Chair, I believe staff is ready to go.
Okay.
Chair Bridley?
Yes?
Before we start that, would you be so kind as to kind of tell us and all the people that are here for both this item, but especially item number 2, what your intentions are today with regard to lunch and so forth? Because I know that Commissioner Blau is on a tight schedule and so on and so forth. I just think if people are waiting and looking how to plan their day, they should know what we intended.
Excellent point, Commissioner Park. Thanks for reminding me. So I've talked to Mr. Ramey, and I don't know how long this item is going to take, but then in talking to both the appellant and the applicant for our next item on the concerned carpentarians, we're going to try to actually push all the way through, because I think at 2:00 we lose Commissioner Blau. So my understanding from the applicant on the next item is that there's like 10 or 11 speakers, but this is the perfect time for me to double check with Mr. Villalobos as to what is the total number of public speakers for item number 2.
Madam Chair, when I looked this morning, there were 22 people who had submitted to comment on item number 2. I don't see that many in the Zoom room as of now, but they may just be waiting to connect when we get to item number 2.
Okay. And where are we for item number 1?
Madam Chair, we
then
did
we'll
have one person who indicated they wanted to speak for number one, but given the list of major issue areas, I suspect it's what their intent was probably to sign up for number two, but we can double check that when the time comes.
Okay, all right. So with that, I've heard from several commissioners that we want to go for 3 minutes on public comment for item 2, which gives us at least an hour of public comment, and there's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of questions. So the hope, I think, Commissioner Park, is to get through item 1, fairly and thoroughly, and then proceed directly to item 2, and hopefully get through the hearing by 2 o'clock if there's any way we can do it. To some extent, we don't know, because there might be a lot of Q&A. Commissioner Cooney?
Just, Madam Chair, I would advocate, given that racehorse schedule, that we take hourly breaks of 2 to 3 minutes. If we continue right now with item number 1, it'll be a good 2 hours since we started.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Are we okay with like 5 minutes for bathroom break? Okay. Well, then let's do a break now, and then we'll come back and do item 1 immediately after that. Commissioner, is that okay? Still seeing Commissioner Cooney. Okay. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll return at 10:06 and start item 1. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready.
Let's start.
Madam,
Except that we need our commissioners back.
oh. Madam Chair, would you like me to just read the item into the record for the moment?
Yeah, why don't we proceed with that? Is Mr. Carini here? There we go. Yes,
Great.
please proceed, David.
Great. The following is a hearing on the request of Robert Ramey, property owner, to consider case number 19 RRM 3, application filed on October 22nd, 2019, and to determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15270 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. That means that we would go directly to our ex parte and site visit disclosures. Does any commissioner want to do that? I'll start since I'm already speaking. Is that I met with Mr. Ramey last Friday, and that's the only ex parte communications I've had. Commissioner Park?
Yes, and I also met with Mr. Ramey at the property and toured his house that he built himself, by the way. But I can't remember when I did that. It was after the first hearing, quite some time ago. But anyway, I did that. And I think it's important for us to share at some point, obviously not right now, what it is we saw. I'm always a little concerned. We have these ex parte visits and we get information. It kind of somehow needs to get in the public record if it's something we base our decisions on. But anyway, that's my disclosure.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing anybody else raise their hand, then we would move to our staff presentation. Is Ms. Harris, I don't see her on camera, but I know she's there somewhere, right?
Good morning, Chair Bradley, members of the commission. My name is Tess Harris, and I'll be presenting the Ramey recorded map modification, which is case 19 RMM 3. So the request before you today is for a recorded map modification for the property shown here on slide 2, which is the project site is starred, which is located at 820 Cathedral Vista Lane. It's near Foothill Road and North La Cumbre Road. This is a zoomed in aerial image of the parcel. The parcel is about half an acre. It's zoned 8R1, which has an 8,000 square foot net minimum lot and building site area. The project request is to strike condition number 15 of the conditions of approval recorded with tentative parcel map 14432. And condition number 15 states, with the exception of driveway access and perimeter fencing walls, No development, including grading, shall be permitted outside of the building envelope. So again, this parcel was created through a tentative parcel map that was approved by the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission in March of 1998. The lot split divided one legal parcel into two parcels, as you can see on this slide. Parcel A, I believe, is the lot that has an existing single-family dwelling owned by Mr. Ramey, and then Parcel B is the vacant lot, which is the subject of this hearing today. You can also see the building envelope that's outlined on this slide. So the building envelope, per the staff report from the tentative parcel map in 1998, was proposed to prohibit development in the southeast portion of the subject parcel due to the presence of slopes that meet or exceed 20% grade. And this slide here just shows what occurred at the Planning Commission hearing. I also included as an attachment to the staff report the audio from that hearing that identified that this condition 15 was added to further clarify what would and wouldn't be allowed within the building envelope. So this aerial is facing east. It shows the existing site conditions of 820 Cathedral Vista Lane, and you can see how the existing lawn area resembles a shape that's similar to that of the recorded building envelope. The envelope was set back about 75 feet from the top of bank of the existing tributary, and it results in a building area of approximately 8,216 square feet. So it meets the 8,000 square foot requirement. This aerial is looking west. It also demonstrates the slope topography of the parcel, specifically in the southeast area where slopes meet or exceed the 20% grade. And then the next photos also demonstrate the site characteristics. So this photo, which faces south-southeast, provides an understanding of kind of the existing conditions of the parcel. The property that you see in the site in the photo is a neighboring property. I believe it's addressed as 825 Cathedral Vista Lane. And then the tree line that's shown on the left side of the photo identifies where the topography becomes steeper than the flat grass area, and that's the flat grass area generally is the area that's the building envelope. And then this photo is another view of the property facing north towards 830 Cathedral Vista Lane. That's the parcel A with the existing single-family dwelling that I believe Mr. Ramey owns. And then again, you can see this large grass flat area that exists on parcel B, which is the subject property. So again, condition number 15, which was put on tentative parcel map 14432, was specifically recorded with the parcel map to clarify the type of minimal development that can occur outside of the building envelope due to the topography on the lot. It's a standard condition that we do put on projects that go through a subdivision, particularly those that have grading or biological or other issues related to our policies or related to CEQA. So additionally, there's currently a reasonable use of the land with the recorded building envelope, and there's no demonstrated need to remove condition 15 from the conditions of approval, also without scientific reports. So we don't have a biological report or a slope stability analysis that would support removing this condition. The project as proposed is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan with a number of policies, including the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. The proposed project is exempt from environmental review under CEQA pursuant to 15270, which is the section for projects which are disapproved. Due to the inconsistency with the comprehensive plan policies, staff recommends that the commission take the following actions: make the required findings for denial of the project, as specified in attachment A of the Planning Commission staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine that the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15270, included as attachment B, and deny case number 19 RMM 3. Staff is available to answer any questions at this time that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I have some questions, but let's go to Commissioner Park.
But I'm, oops. I'm glad to go after you. It's your district. Would you rather go
No,
first?
it's okay. Let's go out. You were there first, John.
Okay. Ms. Harris, I know this wasn't originally your project. You've kind of had to take this over. But do you know why Mr. Ramey wants to delete condition number 15?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, it's a good question. There is a project that's currently in process as a land use permit from 2000. I believe it came in 2016, and it's for a new single-family dwelling and garage on the lot. It's been unclear to staff, though, that have been processing the recorded map modification, what exactly is encroaching outside of the building envelope. I believe we were told some hardscape, and it's unclear if the foundation contains any over excavation, which would encroach into beyond the building envelope. We don't have that information. Same with retaining walls. We're unclear if there are any retaining walls that would be included that are not considered fence or perimeter walls.
Do you know why there's nothing in the staff report telling us why Mr. Ramey wants to make this change?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, we did ask Mr. Ramey why this change was being requested, and he did not provide any further information and requested that we come to your commission instead for a hearing.
Okay, let me go on with my other questions. Does the building envelope go away if this condition 15 is removed?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, no, the building envelope would not go away unless that was a request of the applicant, and the only request that we received was the removal of condition 15. So condition 15 provides information that's relevant to the building envelope, but this request would not take that building envelope away.
So the building envelope would still confine, the major development to where it is, right?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes, that's correct. The building envelope would still exist, so development would need to occur within the building envelope. Condition 15 provides clarification to staff for what type of work could exist outside of the building envelope, such as the driveway or fencing and walls. And then it also includes information that no development, including grading, could exist outside of the building envelope. And it's challenging for staff that don't have a condition like this because sometimes it's unclear whether grading can occur within or outside of a building envelope. And so that's part of the reason why we are recommending that it remain on the parcel map.
Just a little bit more, and we'll get down to specifics. If you've got your staff report handy, right?
Commissioner Park, yes, I do.
So let me direct your attention to the top at page 6. And there's a statement there that says the land use permit application is currently still under review due to outstanding revision requests by the case planner, including clarification regarding proposed development, i.e. drainage infrastructure outside the building envelope, which I guess is kind of the core of this thing. What's the outstanding request you have about the drainage infrastructure? Could you kind of explain that a little bit, that statement?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, sure. So I actually spoke with the case planner for this 16 LUP this week to get further clarification. The application for the land use permit is still incomplete, so there are additional items that are needed. I believe the applicant submitted a grading plan, but the grading plan doesn't have existing or proposed contours, so that's something that we would still need. There are some plans that are not legible, and then I believe there is some other infrastructure that's currently located outside of the building envelope that's proposed under that LUP, which is why this recorded map modification is before you. But when speaking with the planner for the land use permit, it's still unclear whether the foundation system that's been proposed would include over excavation, which would extend beyond the building envelope. And then it's unclear if retaining walls would exist outside of the building envelope. And then it's also unclear whether there would be some drainage infrastructure that would go towards that creek habitat or stream habitat area that would also extend beyond the building envelope.
So one last follow-up. Does condition number 15 bar drainage infrastructure outside the building envelope?
Yeah.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, if the drainage infrastructure included any grading, so if it was underground, then it would not be permitted outside of the building envelope.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Parks. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So let me do a couple of questions as well. I really appreciate staff's work on this report, especially picking it up from another planner. I certainly appreciate the applicant's thorough review of everything in the record. And I just had a couple questions. The CEQA document on the original parcel map, I believe what happened is there was not a deep and thorough consideration of geologic impacts or grading impacts or biological implications related to Santa Gita Creek. And yet that is what was carried forward with the parcel map. So can you, Ms. Harris, sort of explain a little bit more about how sometimes the condition restricts the project build out if you don't have all the CEQA or the technical studies on file in advance? That's my understanding of kind of how it went with Mr. Baca's analysis way back there in the 80s and the addition of condition 15, which, by the way, I think is a fairly standard condition on a lot of parts, right? So can you help us with the previous CEQA review for the parcel map?
Chair Bridley, Commissioners, sure. So we did find a negative declaration. It's 87 ND 17 for the property, which occurred, and I'm just pulling it up. And that negative declaration includes a mitigation measure. It includes two mitigation measures, and one of them is that the applicant shall have the building envelope on parcel B recorded on the final map. So a number of areas were reviewed during that negative declaration. There's a discussion on aesthetics, transportation, circulation, public services and fire hazards, utilities, flooding and drainage, groundwater resources, geologic processes. And then at the time of prior approval for the tentative parcel map and the staff report, the county geologist, Brian Baca, had stated that with the building envelope, the project did not create any geological hazards which would prevent new development to occur on the subject parcel. And that is likely because this area, essentially they're confining development to a particular area on the property which either didn't have a geologic report or other report done, or where they've found that there are issues and development shouldn't occur in that location. Again, this condition is a pretty standard condition that can be found on subdivisions, and it's really just to provide clarification for what can and cannot occur within a building envelope or development envelope.
Okay, thank you. The other drill down I want to do is that this was all approved before the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan was adopted. So when an applicant comes in and asks for a change to a map and we have a new general plan in place or a new community plan in place, just if you can confirm, if staff has to look at it or the commission has to consider it in light of the new policies adopted with the community planning in effect at the time we're taking a decision, right?
Chair Bradley, Commissioners, yes, that's correct. You would need to take into consideration the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan.
Okay, that makes it harder. All right, then, and as part of this application, I know Mr. Ramey is asking for a decision by the commission, but can you explain to me the kinds of conversations you have had with him about additional technical reports that might be helpful, or at what point would he have to provide those anyway?
Chair Bradley, Commissioners, sure. So when we sent out the first incompleteness letter on November 20th, we had indicated that we didn't have enough information to be able to support the project as it currently stood, but that if he wanted to proceed, that we would need a slope stability analysis and a biological report due to the environmentally sensitive habitat. So those are items that are still would be outstanding if the project moved forward. And then we had met in person with the applicant on November 25th, so about 5 days after the incompleteness letter was sent out, and discussed what was included in the incompleteness letter and what information was required for us to move forward if he was we had indicated that we didn't see a basis to support the project at that time because of the policy inconsistencies, but also indicated that if he wanted to proceed, that we would need more information on the project description, the slope stability analysis, the biological report, and then we still would need materials that are required for filing a project under Chapter 21 under the subdivision code. And so some of those were submitted, and I believe some were not. We had also requested to clarify where easements were located on the property and to provide a title report. I believe he did provide a title report. And then we had indicated what the findings required for approval are. And I think the biggest one here is what changes in circumstance that would make any of the conditions of a parcel map no longer appropriate or necessary. And so we had requested information on how the applicant believed that finding could be made. And then at that meeting, there were differences. I was in that meeting. I supervised the prior planner on this project. In that meeting, there were differences that did not appear that could be resolved. And so the applicant requested that we move forward with a hearing rather than submit information that was requested in the incompleteness letter. So then subsequent to that, staff sent a follow-up email requesting kind of a more complete project description. And I've also attached Mr. Ramey's project description in the staff report. But we just have a certain format that we include in our staff reports to make it to include all of the relevant information that staff needs for any type of project. So that was there. And then we did deem with that understanding that there were differences on the project and that the applicant wanted to move forward to the hearing. We did deem the project complete on January 10th of 2020. And then it came before your commission right about the time of COVID-19. And so because that was a kind of quasi-remote hearing, the applicant had requested that we wait until further time. And so that's why it's back before your commission right now.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. I really appreciate that. One last question. The applicant's done a really great job of giving us a lot of background information, and one of them in his rebuttal document was an exhibit of, I think, what he was planning on doing with the property, and maybe that's in the LUP application, but is that considered part of this file now? Because there's some ideas about grading on the property, which I think underlies his, and I definitely want to hear from Mr. Ramey, but my question for staff is are those site plan alternatives that are in color that Mr. Ramey provided in his rebuttal, are those considered part of the case file now?
Chair Briley, Commissioners, now because they've been provided for the hearing, they would be considered part of this record. They hadn't been previously in the recorded map modification case file, but we have we have been in communication throughout the process with the planner that was working on the land use permit for the single family dwelling and garage. And I believe there are still some grading items that need to be sorted out for that permit.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes my questions, and I'm not seeing any other commissioner have any further. So that would lead us to our applicant presentation. Mr. Ramey, you're on. And I think we talked about 15 minutes. Can we talk about that?
I think that 15 minutes will be sufficient. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I don't have too much to say about Ms. Harper's presentation, other than I think that it confused things in that it seemed to conflate the construction that may or may not happen with the request to remove this particular condition. There's two separate things, but unfortunately, they're both referred to as the word project. And even though I'm pretty familiar with all the things she raised, I found it a little bit confusing there. I just wanted to mention that. I prepared a rebuttal to her staff report. Most of the information she presented now, the large majority of it is consistent with her staff report. I'm not going to go into the aspects that she raised again. I think that my rebuttal is very complete, and I think it addresses all the points she's raised, point by point. And what I want to do here is step back a little bit and give you an idea what this is going to mean for the future. I brought with me Jason Gotsis, who is the certified licensed professional civil engineer, who is the head of the local office of Ashley and Vance. And he has been working with me on issues such as the grading and stormwater management, which is actually quite a much bigger issue thing. So he'll be available if you have any technical questions, which are beyond my expertise. So this first slide is just a rendering of what this house that we propose to build. Right now, I'm assuming that we're allowed to grade outside the building envelope for landscaping purposes and for stormwater removal purposes. And if we get that approval, which means leaving us in this condition, this is the house we'll be able to build. A key feature is that it's because of the grading, it's 2 feet lower than the current level. This makes the house have a lot less impact on my house, which would be to the left of where you're looking now, and my neighbor's house, that of Dr. Irwin Tyke. And so I think that this works to the benefit of myself as the owner, myself as a neighbor, and Mr. Tyke as well. It means that we won't be building a 2-story McMansion behemoth there, which dominates and backs up right against Mr. Tyke's property. So the key features is we did present rendering of this to the ABR. And there's some other ones too, but this is good enough for our purposes here. They seem quite enthusiastic about the design of the structure. So by lowering the lot 2 feet with the grading, in a moment, I'll show you what the grading we really need. It would, besides minimizing the views, it would increase the usable size of the lot by a fair amount because it would have a bigger flat spot. This would simply make it much better for purposes of landscaping, and simply it would improve the issue of stormwater management. So can you go to the next slide? Hello? I'm not hearing anyone.
Okay. David, do you have the slide, David?
The next slide is grading dash alt.png. So,
There we
okay,
go.
that's it. That's okay. Now, here we have a site that shows the property, the existing trees. It shows, you can see, I don't think I can point to it, but you can see the property line is the outer line. The building envelope is the inner line. It has this point at the end. And what, for landscaping purposes, we want to be able to grade along border between the where the house is at the building envelope to the property line at the north end. At that place, we expect to put, like to put, retaining wall, and this would maintain the pattern of the neighborhood, each lot being one step down the lot to the north. At the same time, as I say, for aesthetics, landscape purposes, and for another purpose as well, we, top of the drawing, you'll see a pink area, and that would be an area that would be filled. That area right now has been infested with gophers for 40 years. It's quite loose. It should be recompacted, and eventually, if that doesn't happen, it'll have to be addressed in some more expedient way. Now, the county's never done sent a geologist out to the property, so they would not know this. And in fact, no county official, as far as I know, has visited the property in over 20 years. So I'm giving you this information because I think it's something that you should know and you may not know. So now there's another factor as well. Myself and Mr. Irwin, Mr. Teichman, the property owner at the end of the street, the bottom of this, we don't get along. And one of the contributing factors has been the water comes down the shared driveway, and then it continues on to through this setback area, and then drains off the south lot onto the neighbor below, Mr. Cardonas. And although there's never been, in spite of some really heavy rainfall, serious issue, it's always a concern. And the construction of this house add 2,000 or 3,000 square feet of roof. And the current way of dealing with water has been that water that fell on the lot went towards the bottom into the common drainage passageway. What we want to do is build the roof in such a way so that the stormwater is directed up towards the pink area, where we have a lot more room to absorb it, and where we can drain it directly to the creek, which is just beyond the it's the planners. It's extremely difficult to get information, any kind of answer from the current planner as to what is permitted, not permitted, what's a driveway, what's not a driveway, and whether digging a ditch is permitted, whether landscape is permitted, whether all the underground utilities which is required have to be routed under the driveway as opposed to just digging a ditch in the most convenient place. This is the motivation for asking the condition to be all the things that the county requires and has an interest in, flood control, whatever, are addressed when the development plans are approved by separate entities that do this. This oversight which they maintain is in no way related to this condition. The removal of this condition would not change one iota the amount of oversight that is applied here. So that's the long and the short of it here. What we want to do is to grade the north end out to the property line to make it flat and to improve the landscaping, and then extend a little bit, this is to make it flat, go all the way around, and then add this pink area of some fill. The estimate of this pink area is 0 to 5 feet, and the estimate of the blue area is probably an average, since the property is not quite flat now, it's probably an average grading of 2 feet. So that's where we aspire to be. That's what this condition in the lot and the planning committee, the planning developments department, total inability to explain or to make a definition of what's required is preventing us from executing this project this way. Now let's take one more look at the future. If they don't remove this condition, we have to find a way to live with this. So in this case, we see that the actual grading is limited to the building envelope. And because the topography is such, it kind of will probably end up with being a little berm around the edge. I think that I put that there. So from a grading standpoint, it's pretty clear to see what the difference would be by comparing these two site plans. So this would also mean it's very difficult to get a vehicle in the backyard. Yard would be smaller, and this would in no way be better than the previous incarnation we just saw. As far as stormwater management, this setup makes it very, very difficult to implement the improvement that we want in the previous, that we show in the previous one, by running the water to the west, and we would probably be forced to run it off to in its traditional path to the east, and then have it go, with the possibility of, which has never occurred but could in the future, overflow into Mr. Teichman's property, or create the kind of problems that we're concerned about with the property to the south, which belongs to Mr. Cardonas, who is, I think, a state employee. He's a very old guy, very nice guy. But this improvement in the stormwater management is probably not going to be available to us if this condition is not, if we're not relieved from this condition. So I think that sums up all I have to say. One other alternative is basically not to do any grading at all and not lower the house by 2 feet. That we could do, but that also benefits. That would make a bigger impact of the development on Mr. Teichman. Mr. Teichman, as I say, I've never been able to see eye to eye on this. This certainly wouldn't help. But it would be doable and probably cheaper too. But nobody would benefit from this. And so that's a possibility that we might consider. I've always presumed that common sense and respect for rule of law would prevail at a hearing like this. And I still expect that. And so I'm hopeful you'll approve my application. And one final thing, the question of appeal has come up. I'm going to tell you right now, there will be no appeal in this decision. This is the body that contains, as I say, accomplished people that have common sense. And honestly speaking, I have more faith in this body than I do the politicians at the Board of Supervisors. And of course, as has been demonstrated, I have very little faith in the competence and goodwill of the employees of the planning department. So it's going to come down to the members here of this commission, and I'm putting all my faith in you. Thank you very much for listening to you, and I'm ready to take questions.
So, Mr. Ramey, do you want to have Mr. Gotsis to add anything to your presentation, or you just want to have him available for Q&A? Because right now you have 1 minute left. Okay.
No, well, I have nothing more to say. I only brought him to ask any question, to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with that, does any member of the commission have questions for Mr. Ramey now? I am not seeing any then, and I think we've already covered my questions before. So with that, we would actually move on to our public comment time, and I would turn to Mr. Villalobos and ask if anyone has requested to speak.
Madam Chair, before we start calling on public speakers, I just wanted to point out to the commission that we did receive a couple of multi-page submittals yesterday from the neighbor, Erwin Teichman. They were largely photos, but technically more than one page in length, and I was wondering if the commission wanted to consider including those into the record at this time.
Very good reminder. Well, I actually did read them, so does anybody else want to make a motion? I would actually move to accept those into the record. Is there concurrence on that? It's okay if there's not. Commissioner Cooney?
I will move that we accept them. We've had them for a few days and have reviewed them.
Okay, then I would second that. And well, I guess we vote on that first, right? Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Farini?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau? Commissioner Blau?
Commissioner Black? Uh-oh. Well, it sounds like it would carry 4-0. Is he there? Not seeing him. Okay, well, let's just say 4-0-1, right? 4-0, it did carry.
So, Madam Chair, you were a yes then?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we would go on to our public comment items, and I think we can actually allow for 3 minutes. So we only have, I think, one speaker, Mr. Villalobos?
Madam Chair, yes, we did only have one speaker who had indicated that he wanted to speak to item number 1, but I suspect it's actually for the second item, and we do have a caller on the line, and I'm not quite sure what item that person would like to speak for. So perhaps if we can just take a minute to ask those speakers if they want to speak on this item or the next item.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I see Mr. Suding has his hand raised. Mr. Suding, if you would unmute yourself.
I would like to speak to item 2. I didn't have the agenda with me at the time that I entered the request to speak. That's item 2, please.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for clarifying. I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, I believe that our caller has left the meeting, so I believe unless anyone else who's on the line would like to speak to this item, if you could use the raised hand feature. Otherwise, I think that public comment for this item is we're done with.
Okay. Okay, then I think that closes our public comment, and that brings it back to the commission for consideration. And I have to apologize. I did want to ask the applicant's engineer just one question, if the commission will indulge me. Is Mr. Gotsis available?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Gotsis. So I know you worked with Mr. Ramey on this. Have you done any kind of soil stability analysis, or in your professional opinion, are you thinking that's just a matter of writing it on paper, or have you taken a look at his new site plan for the LUP case, which is kind of the basis of wanting to drop this condition, or how far are you on slope stability issues related to that area?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we are civil engineering consultants. Slope stability analysis would not be in our scope. That usually falls on a geologist or a geotechnical engineer. We had just been hired to do preliminary grading and drainage analysis and documentation for the project.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that, Mr. Coffey. Okay, so with that, we're back to deliberations. And I know it's the second district, but does any other commissioner have some comments they want to add? No, I'd love to hear from you before I may have to make a motion. Wow. Commissioner Park, thank you. Commissioner Park? Yeah, I think you're muted.
I don't mean to go before you. If you want to go first, it is your district.
I benefit first from hearing from others, so please proceed.
Okay, I'll go for it. I'm a little perplexed by all this. One thing, I at the first hearing of this, when I was feeling crankier than I am today, I made the somewhat cranky comment that I didn't really appreciate a staff report that doesn't tell us why the applicant wants what they want. And here we are again today, which doesn't tell us what the applicant wants. And the applicant spent a lot of money paying for staff to write reports. That's the way things work. But be that as it may, now we know what the applicant wants. And it seems like a very practical request. He wants to be able to do some drainage improvements that are outside the building envelope and feels that this number 15 would bar that. And I think Ms. Harris confirmed that in my questions. And if I had to choose immediately between staff's recommendation of denying the application or what Mr. Ramey has asked for, to grant the application, I'd vote for Mr. Ramey. But what I don't understand is why there can't be some middle ground that's worked out so that Mr. Ramey's project that he's described to us gets through staff. They get to process it. It kind of goes through the normal things, and then it comes to us where we're looking at a project with some very specific reasons for doing it, and we say yay or nay. So I'd like to hear more from other commissioners and staff or anyone else who can tell me maybe it makes sense to continue this some weeks or month or something and get this fine-tuned a little better. So how's that for my technical comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Park. I think Commissioner Blau, did you want to add something?
Sure. I think I understand why he's asking to remove the condition. It was one that was put on there that was probably inappropriate. It had unintended consequences. I believe there is enough control from the county as this project goes forward that it will identify all the adverse conditions that may be affected by his drainage work. We don't need to do it again. What you have here is just a statement that was put in that map. It doesn't allow any flexibility in him building the project, which is kind of crazy, I think. I always dislike those kind of conditions at the same time. You know, if what he's asking for is reasonable and it is a better project than complying with the condition, why would you not do that? So if he can satisfy flood control, the building department, planning, by encroaching or by going outside the building envelope, so be it. Not like he's asking to build a house on a 20% slope. He wants to do some grading work and some other things in that area, which by his demonstration today, improves the project. So I'm in favor of removing condition 15. I don't think it's necessary. There's enough other conditions and requirements, as far as development, that it would adequately protect the public.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Did anyone else want to jump in here? Because I do have some ideas. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so concerned with the goal of Mr. Ramey on this project as I am the process that he is following. A map condition, and we've imposed those conditions on many, many projects, because what we want to do is ensure that development in the future on a particular lot is in accordance with all of the concerns that could be raised at that time, but are not presently because there's no development plan on that particular portion of the lot. And that happened here. The condition was added a long time ago by the Planning Commission, and I think the process is more like you can suggest removal of a condition like this in conjunction with and upon approval of all of the other conditions that are required that cause the condition to be imposed in the first place. So, there are a number of ways that have been suggested to deal with this. One is not to simply deny Mr. Ramey's motion, but to continue the matter and see if he and staff can work out a satisfactory process where he submits the information needed to show the commission that condition 15 is no longer required. I'm happy to support any new project, and it sounds like he's got the bones of it, but you don't come to the Planning Commission separately and say, if condition 15 were removed, this is my project. I think he has to submit all of those studies necessary, and then staff could come and say, as a condition of approving this, we need to remove condition 15. So I see it happening, I see it evolving, but if I had to vote today, I would not vote to remove the condition because we don't have the compliance that makes me comfortable with doing that today.
Could I mention something here?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Ramey. This is actually Planning Commission deliberation. So
Okay.
we're going
to
continue with our discussion. So I see Mr. Wilson's hand raised. Do you want to add in anything, Secretary Wilson?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm just pointing out what is before you today. Staff had presented a staff report with findings for denial. If the Commission wants to take a different action, it would require a continuance to come back with findings that would support a different action. However, just hearing the deliberations and not to cut into the middle of the deliberations, I think where staff is at, and they can answer for themselves, is aligned with Commissioner Cooney and what Commissioner Park is suggesting, is that what staff is really requesting of the applicant is to work with us to provide the information that we are requesting to get to the findings that would support removing this condition of map modification. So I think there is a compromise. I think Commissioner Park and Commissioner Cooney has provided a direction that staff would be willing to pursue. We would just ask.
Okay, and you know what? Right. And let me just, I'm going to wrap it up here because this is the hazard of having a planner on your commission, is that I actually disagree with Mr. Ramey quite strongly about the haphazard addition of condition 15. The reason condition 15 was added to that map was because you did not have geological studies and extensive analyses, and you got through on a mitigated ND that relied on no construction outside of that building envelope, period. So if you had come to staff with a slope stabilization report, a biological assessment of the area that's going to be a creek where you want to do landscaping and extend the building envelope, if you had given them all of those information, then they would have come to staff and said, we can probably recommend this because we have the evidence and the technical reports that allow us to recommend to the commission to make those findings. So right now, I'm not inclined to vary from staff's position because I would like to see those reports so that I can make those findings. And therefore, I'm really leaning for what Mr. Cooney already articulated. I think the process is exactly how it would go. And I've seen applicants do this where instead of front-loading costs in getting out of a planning commission consideration, they accept a recorded envelope, and then they realize later that what that really means. And it means that you can't even build a deck outside of it sometimes. So it's not an unusual condition. It's a standard condition, and it's often used, as it was in this case, to actually subvert a deeper CEQA document in approving the map. So I think the process is completely right on. And saying that, I think I would completely approve his revised site plan. We just need to have the reports in first. So my motion might be more like to continue it, to have the applicant work with staff and talk about doing those reports. Get a geotechnical engineer. Tell us how that slope is going to be, stay in place with your new building envelope. What is that really going to look like? And also, I think you have to do a biological assessment of that because it's in a Greases Creek. I don't know what habitat is down there really, and I don't think anybody does. So, and that is normally I think that is actually what staff has been asking you to do. And instead of doing that in the process that they were asking for, you were hoping that the planning commission would just look at it and trust you and say, yeah, that looks like a good plan. So I'm giving you two things, Mr. Ramey. I'm saying I think it's a good plan. I think it has merit, but I couldn't approve it today without those technical reports and staff support in the findings. So I would actually, at this point, I would ask Mr. Ramey if he's willing to accept a continuance to continue working with staff and develop those reports that staff asked for. Because if you return to the commission on a time-specific date without staff support, you're going to be exactly where you are now. And the crazy thing is, you're going to have to do these reports anyway. I think that you were hoping, Mr. Ramey, that because the building official or because planning, when they approve the map or they approve your building envelope, I was going to have to need the reports then, that we don't need them now. That's the rollback that I'm hoping you're understanding now. So my question is, my motion would be for a continuance, and I guess I'm looking for a second. And as soon as we get the motion on the floor, Mr. Ramey, I'd like to hear if that's acceptable with you and if you're willing to do that. Is there a second to my motion for a continuance? Commissioner Park was up first. Actually, Commissioner Blau was up first.
I'm going to comment on your motion after you get a second.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Actually, I will second your motion and then comment on it. That's all right.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Blau, second. Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and support your motion to do the continuance, although for me, it's not necessary. I think all those things are going to have to occur before he gets his permit to go build the project. And I think what he's doing, what I'm guessing what he's doing is right now, the way the condition reads, he can't do that. He can't go forward and get you those reports, staff the reports, and all those conditions, because there's a condition that says you can't do it. Staff does not have the ability to approve him to do any work outside that building envelope because the condition reads that way. And what I'm saying is, he has to do all those things you just described in order to get the permit to build the project, except he can't do it because the condition's there. I'm willing to remove the condition and rely upon staff to get all the information before they approve the actual project. Now, if you want him to get the information so you can approve it, I'm okay with that. It's not necessary for me. I'll let staff approve it once he gets that information. But if you want to see it yourself, and before it's approved, before you remove the condition, I guess it's okay. It's being further back. Like, even if he got all the information for you, without your approval, he can't get it done.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Park?
I am, like I think you and Commissioner Cooney, and like I said earlier, inclined to support a continuance. It would help me if we had a little bit more specificity as to when that would be a continued to. But also, I'd like to hear more from Mr. Wilson on how staff could respond and what it could do in this continuance period. Could they address the concerns that Commissioner Blau has just stated, for example?
Mr. Wilson, did you want to respond before Mr. Cooney adds in?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd actually defer to Supervising Planner, Ms. Harris. I think she could provide an outline of what we would be looking for and how we could move forward to get to a position that the Planning Commission could support on this project. And so, Ms. Harris, if Madam Chair would be so inclined, I would like to have Ms. Harris respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
We also had hand up, but Commissioner Cooney, you're okay listening to staff on this one last clarification. Ms. Harris?
Chair Bradley, Commissioners, I'm just making sure that the Commission is aware of what would need to occur. So it would be a slope stability analysis, a biological report that addresses the environmentally sensitive habitat on the property, and then a slope. We would need to understand where slopes are 20% or greater outside of the building envelope due to the environmental resource management element and the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan policy. So we would need a slope map as well. If we get those items, and I would defer to Mr. Ramey on how quickly he could get those reports back to us, then we could look at a hearing date after that.
Thank you. Ms. Harris. Commissioner Cooney?
Well, I was going to second the motion to continue the matter a long time ago, but I would just observe that we need to work this back into the system. We've got right now, we could just accept the findings we have before us for denial and let staff and the applicant work it and put it back on the agenda at some future time. What we're doing to help Mr. Ramey is proposing to continue the matter so that he has a date certain when he can come back and do this. This would give him a chance to get all the reports in. I think it's going to take a couple of months, frankly, if not more. So I'm willing to support a continuance. I suggested it rather than just a motion to deny, which would be my backup.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. So at this time, if the Commission will indulge me, I want to hear from Mr. Ramey if he is understanding this discussion and willing to work with staff on providing those reports, because that would be critical for them to return the item to us with an alternative recommendation to support it, and then you'll be on your way. So, Mr. Ramey?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments here. One is there's some information which is maybe relevant, but not apparent to the Commission members. This project, based on some drawings, passed a conceptual review from the ABR. Next step is to prepare more documents and submit these to the ABR again in a process called preliminary review. Now, what should happen, or what would make sense to happen, is the landscape plan, the grading plan that I provided, which is one that I want to do, would be included in those preliminary, in the submission, the ABR, for a preliminary review. But the planner will not accept that and pass it to the ABR because it violates condition 15. So
right.
here I am in a catch-22. I need to do what you want me to do, or to propose what the ABR, to show the ABR what we want to do, means that we have to eliminate condition 15 or get relief from it. But at the same time, until we get relief from it, we can't present the documents to them. So this is what led me to this, and that's how we came to where we are. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
So, Mr. Ramey, I'm going to try explaining it one more time. You have to do reports to support staff in making a recommendation to us to support the map modification to let you do things outside of that building envelope. Because right now, they cannot tell us findings that I can hang my hat on for consistency with the Eastern Valley Community Plan to approve a map modification that disallows that restriction. You're going to have to do those studies sooner or later. To say that you have to do the studies just so you can go to BAR is not the correct path. Planner won't accept them for BAR review until you have the map modification solved. Because he's not going to spend time at the BAR looking at something that doesn't comply with the map. The planner can't do that. So the choice today is for us to continue it with the request to you, the applicant, to work with staff to provide the reports that staff needs, which Ms. Harris outlined, so that you can return to our commission and stay on the agenda, and you can return to us as soon as possible. Let me finish. Or you can accept an alternative motion that we might make for denying the case. So it's either continuance or denial today.
Well, I guess that's an easy choice. But anyway, I'll work with Ms. Harris to see what we have to prepare in what format to get it done. The planner, which has been reviewing the project, is basically said there's no way that we can do this. So maybe I'll have better luck with Ms. Harris, and so we'll see. If
Chair Bradley, Commissioners, I just want, if you don't mind, I would just like to reiterate what we do need. So it's a slope stability analysis. It's the environmentally sensitive habitat. It's a biological report related to that riparian area. We need a slope analysis that identifies all slopes greater than 20% on the property. I am certainly happy to work with Mr. Ramey, but the planner for the LUP, this information is needed to remove the condition. And until that condition is removed, the land use permit really can't go any further. So that's why that permit is on hold until this can be resolved.
Okay, so I think it's really just accelerating reports that you'd have to do anyway, right? So with all that discussion, Commissioner Park, did you want to add anything more?
Yeah, I with all due respect to Mr. Ramey, I don't think we need his permission to make a motion to deal with our agenda, which is to continue it. And I would think he would see the wisdom of a motion like that. And I think that staff would see the wisdom of a motion like that. And I also don't think it's necessarily continuance or denial. There would be a vote, and the other commissioners might vote to approve it. I don't know. But I think the continuance is a good idea, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it, other than the 5 people in this commission.
Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to call the question. I think there's a motion and a second for a continuance of the item. Are we thinking that we can do it to a date certain somewhere because I do think it's going to take several months for him to work with staff and get those reports completed. I would actually look to November for a continuance date. Or
I think that's pretty quick. I think it would take longer, but go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was going to recommend December 9th. That gives 2 months for him to prepare the reports, and it gives staff a couple weeks or a month to prepare the necessary staff report memo and docket it. So December 9th actually gives us, if we get the reports earlier, then we can analyze them, but I'd recommend December 9th.
I think that's a great recommendation. And it sounds like Mr. Ramey's feeling comfortable with that too. Not that we need his permission, but this is kind of a working together thing. So with that, we have the motion, we have the second, and we have the clarity on what has to happen during that time. So I would ask Mr. Villalobos to do the roll call vote.
Commissioner Cooney.
I beg the chair's indulgence. I just want to add one thing to my vote in favor of the motion, and that is that Mr. Ramey suggested we have a problem with our staff, and so he wanted to bring the matter to the commission. I personally have worked with Ms. Harris on several projects over the years. She is one of our best planners, also one of the most practical. So I think this project will be in good hands, and when it comes back to us, it'll either be solved or we'll be told it can't be solved. So my vote's in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. I totally concur with that. Mr. Villalobos, why don't you continue?
Commissioner Park.
I want to thank Mr. Cooney for his comments about staff, and I will also support the motions. My vote is aye.
Commissioner Freeney.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Your hand raised.
Pardon? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to comment also in that I'm going to vote for the motion, but as Ms. Harris just said, she can't process the land use permit unless we remove condition 15. That's the point. I think it's probably expeditious that we go ahead and continue it, get the reports done. He can come back to us. He's got a final approval, but he doesn't need that. If we would remove condition 15, as Ms. Harris just said, they could continue to process the land use permit. So having said that, I'm going to go aye on the motion, but all you're doing is, I think, frustrating the process. Anyway, so go forward with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Chair Bridley,
I don't think. Aye.
a motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ramey. Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I didn't hear Freeney's name called. I'm sorry.
Oh
Mr.
my gosh, that's true. That's true. I'm sorry.
No,
Did
he
you get
voted. Madam
He
Chair,
did? Okay.
he voted aye. Yeah.
Okay.
You
You're
did.
just so swift. All right. Thank you, everybody. Do we want to take a 5-minute break, I think, before the next item? Is that enough? Secretary Wilson and everybody? Yeah. 5 minutes before the next item. Thank you. Okay.
Laura, can you hear me?
Madam Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to go on to the second item.
Laura, you're muted.
There we go. Much better?
Yeah.
Okay. Too many
Madam Chair, if I,
No, I know.
Madam Chair, if I-
Before we proceed to this item, I know that Commissioner Blau, you have to leave us at 2:00. Is that correct?
I do. And by the way, just so you know, you had a vote a few minutes ago, and you didn't hear me vote because I lost my internet connection and I had to reconnect.
Oh.
I'm not sure what it was, but I'm sure it's okay if it's 4-0.
Okay. Well, okay. So I think you were voting in favor of the continuance, so it's actually 5-0, right? Okay. At any rate, so let's proceed and read this into the record, or we can actually take a minute now and talk about our timing, because I know Commissioner Blau has to leave it too. So we have a number of public comments, and I don't know if anyone really needs a lunch break or if we take a 15 or 20 minute one into this after a certain segment of the case. And I think we have to do that because staff needs a break too. So Commissioner Blau has suggested that we just push on through to 2:00, but I'm believing that staff may need a little bit of a break somewhere in the middle of that. So is Secretary Wilson or Director Plowman available to help guide me on that so we know our total number of minutes we have here?
Madam Chair, Secretary Wilson, I think that's up to the commission, how you want to set up the procedures. I think we could do staff presentation, applicant. I think the applicant and the appellant would be good to have a discussion on how much time you're allotting them, and then take maybe a 15-minute break and then go into public comment. and then try to finish. Madam Chair, I think it would be good to have kind of an outline of the timing you've allocated for each portion of the meeting, and then we guide you on taking a break.
Okay. So why don't we read the item into the record first, and then I'll explain that. So, Mr. Villalobos, can you do that for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of concerned Carpinterians appellant to consider case number 19 APL 22, an appeal of the approval of case number 19 CDP 52 by the Director of Planning and Development.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And at this time, let me just explain. I talked to both the appellant and the applicant in the case, and we'll be giving each one of them 25 minutes, largely because the applicant has additional experts within that time. Want to remind both sides of the case that this is for your presentation and your rebuttal time. And as Commissioner Park taught me, however you want to split it up is your discretion, but you can't have more than 25 minutes total. So after you all make your presentations, then the appellant will first go, Dr. Dean, and then the Van Wingerden side, and then we will have questions and then proceed to public comment. And based on the number of public comment speakers requests, it sounds like, what's the updated one, David? I think this morning you thought it was about 12. Where are we now?
Madam Chair, so we did have 22 people who had signed up, but currently we have 14 people who are on part of the hearing as of now.
Okay, well, that's not so bad. So based on that, we'll give them 3 minutes each for public comment. And I agree with Secretary Wilson's approach is why don't we do the appellant presentation, the applicant presentation, the Q&A from the commission, possibly consider a break and then come back for public comment, if that's okay. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a recusal disclosure to make. I've early on recognized that this property might be owned by Cornelius and Jerry Van Wingerden. And in fact, they do appear to have ownership interests, although through trusts, family trusts, and they show as the owners of the property. I believe the applicant is also David Van Wingerden, the son of Jerry. And so I should disclose that about 25 years ago, I represented these Van Wingerdens, the senior ones, not David, but also their cousins and brothers who were all farmers in Ventura County in a piece of litigation. We had numerous meetings throughout. I may have been present at a meeting at which Jerry and/or Cornelius, known as Case Van Wingerden, were present. But I think the connection is too remote to recuse. So I've thought it through, and in my view, I can render an impartial review of this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Were there any other ex parte disclosures at this time, since we kind of went into that? Commissioner Park?
He's muted.
Commissioner, I think you're muted. There you go. Commissioner Park?
Good. So I want to disclose that I visited the facility last week and spoke with David Van Wingerden and his wife Cindy, and also Jerry Van Wingerden and their attorney Amy Steinfield.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
I had two discussions that should be reported as ex parte. The first of which was over a year ago. I had a meeting with Judy Dean, the primary appellant. And I know it's a long time since then, but for good reasons. I believe the parties were discussing resolution of the matter. The second was just yesterday, I had a telephone discussion with Amy Steinfeld, the attorney for the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. And Commissioner Perini?
Yes, thank you. I also had a conversation with Amy Steinfeld, the applicant's attorney, yesterday.
Great. Commissioner Blau?
Likewise, I had a conversation with Amy Steinfeld yesterday or day before. I'm not.
Great. Okay, and I also did a site visit last Friday with both David and Cindy Van Wingerden and father-in-law of Jerry Van Wingerden to the property. That was very informative. And then also with spoke to Amy Steinfeld on several occasions at the site visit, and then also yesterday. And I also spoke to Dr. Dean, Judy Dean, the appellant, yesterday. So those are my disclosures. I think that completes that item. And before we start on staff, I wanted to ask Secretary Wilson for his introduction.
Madam Chair, two items. One, respond to your question on timing today. Based on the hours allocated that you described earlier, I think we have 2.5 hours. That does not account for staff presentation and question and answers and a break. That 2.5 hours does take us up to 2 p.m. Adding staff presentation and question and answers to staff would more than likely take us after the 2 p.m. time for Commissioner Blau. So that's recommendation. I think I do recommend that we should take at least a 15-minute break to allow staff to have lunch or do something to rejuvenate themselves during the hearing. So that's the comment that I have in regards to our timing today. We're already going to be tight to get to the 2 p.m. The next item is I do want to introduce the planner on this particular case, Miss Aaliyah Vosberg. She's been with us for about a year. This is her first presentation to the Planning Commission, so we welcome her aboard and are excited for her presentation today to the Planning Commission. And then we also have Ms. Lear, Supervising Planner, and Mr. Seawards and Director Plowman standing by for questions on this project. Back to you, Madam Chair.
That is so great. Welcome, Ms. Vosberg. Okay, so rather than work through timing and hard breaks, let's just start with the staff presentation and the questions, and let's get as far as we can. And then at the point where Commissioner Blau has to go, we can reassess. But I say we charge ahead. So with that, we go to staff presentation. That's all you, Ms. Vosberg. Welcome.
Thank you. Do we have the slides ready?
Yes, we do.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Aaliyah Vosberg, and I will be presenting case number 19 APL 22. That is the Dean appeal of case number 19 CDP 52, a coastal development permit for the CVW Organic Farms Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation Project. The coastal development permit approved a 5.6 acre cannabis cultivation operation with an existing development on an 8.3 acre site in the Ag 1-5 zone district. As shown on the vicinity map, the project site is located on Cravens Lane, approximately 1/2 mile north of Highway 101 and northeast of the city of Carpinteria, with the nearest residence located approximately 350 feet southwest of the project. The property is bounded on the north, east, and south by existing agricultural operations, and on the west by Cravens Lane and the Carpinteria Cemetery. The project was approved by staff under coastal development permit on July 17th, 2019. It was then appealed by Ms. Dean on behalf of concerned Carpinterians on July 29th, 2019. Following approval and appeal of the project, the applicant submitted revisions to the proposed plans, which are included as attachment to the staff report dated August 19th. Those revisions include: 1, the replacement of the existing on-site wastewater treatment system in coordination with environmental health. 2, the applicant proposed an increase in the area that would be used for cannabis nursery and an equal decrease in the flowering cannabis cultivation area. So that change would result in 1.5 acres of nursery area within greenhouses near the front of the property, which is intended to create a greater buffer between Cravens Lane and the flowering cultivation greenhouses that are sited towards the back of the property. And 3, the applicant made improvements to the project's proposed odor abatement plan, which I will touch on in greater detail in a moment. So that brings me to an overview of the proposed project as revised. The property is an 8.3 acre site located in the Ag 1-5 zone district. The site is developed within existing, previously permitted residence and residential accessory structures, and existing, previously permitted greenhouses and greenhouse-related development that are currently used as part of a cut flower operation. The proposed project does not include any new structural development and would utilize the existing development for a proposed 5.6 acre commercial cannabis cultivation operation. That 5.6 acres breaks down to approximately 1.5 acres of cannabis nursery, approximately 3.95 acres of mixed light or flowering cannabis cultivation, and on-site drying, trimming, and storage within existing agricultural structures totaling 6,150 square feet. The project also includes installation of additional fencing to fully enclose the proposed cannabis operational area, installation of motion sensor security lighting, and installation of the odor abatement systems that are detailed in the project odor abatement plan. This proposed operation would require 10 regular full-time employees and an additional 5 seasonal employees. So on this site plan for the proposed project, you can see the property is located on Cravens Lane, which runs north-south along the western property boundary line. The 1.5 acres of nursery greenhouses are shaded in yellow towards the front of the property. The 3.95 acres of flowering greenhouses are shaded in green towards the back of the property. And the existing agricultural structures that would be used for drying, trimming, and storage of cannabis are shaded in blue. I'll now go through the appeal items and staff's response, which are addressed in full in the staff report. So the appellant cited 8 issues as the basis of the appeal. For appeal issue 1, the appellant asserts that because the cultivation, sale, possession, and distribution of cannabis remain violations of federal law, cannabis cultivation is an all-cash business, and as such, the cash in cannabis plants would attract crime. In response, staff finds crime is not regulated under zoning, and enforcement of crime is not within the Planning and Development Department's purview. However, the project site would be served by the County Sheriff's Department for Public Safety. Additionally, the coastal zoning ordinance does include requirements related to site security and fencing for cannabis operations, including the requirement for implementation of a fencing and security plan for ample security and screening of a proposed cannabis operation. The proposed project was approved in compliance with all county requirements, including those related to site fencing and security. And lastly, the business license application process through the CEO's office includes a site security plan component that must be reviewed and approved by the Sheriff's Office prior to approval of a business license. For appeal issue 2, the appellant contends that vapors emitted by the vapor phase odor abatement system may be a fire hazard and harmful to the environment. In response, staff finds the project site would be served by the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Protection District for fire protection services. The safety data sheet, which is an OSHA hazard communication standard for the product, would be used in the system, demonstrates that the product is not flammable. And upon review of the project in the context of the subject appeal issue, the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Protection District identified no comments or concerns. Additionally, the safety data sheet identifies the product is not considered harmful to aquatic organisms or to cause long-term adverse effects in the environment. And last, as communicated to staff via email, the Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District has reviewed the ingredients in the product and found that none of the ingredients in the current composition are considered toxic air contaminants by the state. For Appeal Issue 3, the appellant expressed concerns with the health and well-being of cannabis operation employees. In response, staff finds the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health, or Cal-OSHA, is responsible for protecting health and safety of workers in California. That includes workers employed in the cannabis industry, and all employers in the cannabis industry, including those who cultivate, manufacture, distribute, and sell cannabis products, must take steps to protect their employees from health and safety hazards associated with their work. But enforcement of Cal-OSHA regulations is not within the purview of the Planning and Development Department. For Appeal Issue 4, the appellant contends that the PEIR made no analysis of the potential impact of commercial cannabis production on air quality and refers to pollution from increased traffic, emissions of VOCs from cannabis plants, and the formation of ozone. In response, staff finds Section 3.3 of the PEIR evaluated impacts on air quality and greenhouse gas emissions based on Appendix G of the state CEQA guidelines and thresholds in the county's environmental thresholds and guidelines manual. Specifically, pollution from increased traffic, cannabis VOCs, and the formation of ozone were each discussed in the PEIR's analysis. The PEIR identified potential impacts and set forth feasible mitigation measures that were included as development standards in the land use and licensing ordinance for cannabis. And ultimately, the PEIR concluded significant Class 1 impacts would result from the program. The Board of Supervisors certified the PEIR and adopted a statement of overriding considerations for Class 1 impact, and the 30-day statute of limitations to challenge the adequacy of the PEIR expired without legal challenge. For Appeal Issue 5, the appellant states there are no studies of cannabis-emitted VOCs as long-term human inhalants. In response, staff finds all living things emit biogenic VOCs. Cannabis plants primarily produce a kind of biogenic VOC called monoterpene that are the same kind of terpenes found in other aromatic plants such as roses, orange trees, rosemary, and pine trees. There is no substantial evidence identifying any potential chronic human health risks associated with inhalation of cannabis biogenic VOCs. For Appeal Issue 6, the appellant expressed concern about the release of vapors from the proposed vapor phase odor abatement system into the air and onto soil, and states that the vaporized product has not been tested as a long-term human inhalant. In response, staff finds, 1, the safety data sheet for the odor neutralizing product demonstrates that there are no known potential adverse human health effects associated with the product. 2, as communicated to staff via email, APCD reviewed the ingredients in the product and found none of the ingredients in the current composition are considered toxic air contaminants by the state. And 3, a screening health assessment conducted by an independent scientific research and consulting firm concluded that use of the product in the vapor phase system as directed would not be expected to pose public health concerns based on acute and chronic inhalation criteria. For Appeal Issue 7, the appellant contends that the neighborhood used to smell like ocean and native vegetation, but now smells like cannabis or like a sweet fabric softener smell, which interferes with the enjoyment of food and wine and may lead to other losses of well-being we are not yet aware of. In response, staff finds the project was approved in compliance with all county requirements for odor abatement, including the requirement for implementation of a site-specific odor abatement plan. Per the code requirement, odor abatement plans must prevent odors from being experienced in residential zones as determined by the director, and odor abatement equipment must not be used in excessive amounts to produce a differing scent, such as pine or citrus. And the next slide provides a layout of the project's site-specific odor abatement plan. So as shown on the layout, the project's odor abatement plan includes installation of the buyer's vapor phase system to neutralize odor generated by the proposed flowering cannabis cultivation areas, which are shaded in green. The buyer system units would deliver vaporized odor neutralizer through a conduit pipe, shown as the magenta line, that feeds flexible perforated pipe, shown as the black dotted lines, running along the roof slope of each greenhouse bay used for mature plant cannabis cultivation. The buyer system can be adjusted in real time to deliver the odor neutralizer in an amount that would result in a neutral odor. Additionally, the processing structure shaded in blue and the nursery greenhouses shaded in yellow would be equipped with activated carbon filtration systems that are depicted as orange dots on the map. Finally, the odor abatement plan was prepared and certified by a certified industrial hygienist and concludes that the plan, if implemented as proposed, will mitigate cannabis odor from being experienced in residential zones. Finally, for Appeal Issue 8, the appellant states that the cap of cannabis operations in Carpinteria Valley at 186 acres will amount to over 8 million square feet of cannabis greenhouse operations, and that this parcel includes 237,000 square feet of cannabis greenhouse operations, which is approaching 1 million square feet of cannabis activities just on Cravens Lane. The appellant contends that this concentration is dangerous to public health and accumulates the attendant nuisances and risks unreasonably on the neighborhood. In response, staff finds the PEIR identified the Carpinteria area as an area of potential concentration of cannabis activity under the program. The PEIR evaluated impact in the context of this potential concentration and found that the potential concentration of cannabis activities in the Carpinteria area would not create new significant environmental effects or substantially increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects evaluated in the PEIR. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors certified the PEIR, and the 30-day statute of limitations to challenge the adequacy of the PEIR expired without legal challenge. With that, staff recommends the Commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval as outlined in the staff report attachment A, determine that the PEIR is adequate and that no subsequent environmental review is required, and finally, grant de novo approval of the project. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available now to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vosberg. And before I ask for questions from the Commission, I just wanted to double check about our public comment request to speak. I know at the Board of Supervisors, they cut it off. And in this situation, we have a certain number of speakers in, but I don't want to continue accepting them really until much after the appellant's presentation. So County Council, can we choose to do that, just control timing on the hearing, or is that not advisable?
Madam Chair, that's fine to call it cut off at any particular point.
Okay, so whoever's tracking this, unless you have your request to speak in before the end of the appellant's presentation, which should be about 20 minutes from now, then we won't accept that. Okay, so with that, we turn back to our regular order, and that is questions from the Commission for staff. I saw you both up at the same time. We're going to go to Commissioner Cooney first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Vosberg, welcome to our planning department. And I must say you're being challenged early with this particular case, but I'm sure you'll get lots of good experience. I do have a question about it kind of relates to the appellant's position of concentration. In terms of the immediate vicinity of this applicant's premises, are there any other pending applications for permits to grow cannabis pending?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, yes, there are. I think if Catherine, you have it available, we can pull up the interactive map that shows the location of the project and the surrounding, there we go, in the surrounding area.
And I just want to add in, I am so grateful that staff has this at the ready because this is an important point for all of us. So thank you for putting that on the screen, you guys. Go ahead.
So you can.
I'm Ms. Vosberg.
No worries. I think if you can highlight the project parcel, Catherine. So that is the CVW project that we are considering today. There are 4, I believe, other applications in process at the moment on Cravens Lane, as was mentioned by the appellant. And I do have the proposed grow areas of those if you're looking for specifics. And then if we zoom out, there are approximately, I think last time counted, 36 in the whole Carpinteria region of pending applications.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, I'm really interested in the specific permits along Cravens Lane, and I was able to see those 4 that you mentioned. So that'll be good enough for this particular inquisition.
Did you have any other questions, Commissioner Cooney, at this time?
No.
Okay. And Commissioner Park has his hand raised?
Yes.
And we have to know, which doggy do you have with you?
This is Posey.
This is Posey. I haven't met Posey before. Okay.
Posey was the #1 dog in her breed in the dog show world throughout the country in 2018. So she's prettier than I am by a long shot. So, Ms. Vosberg, I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you're the wrong person to ask. I'm going to preface this. The only other Carpinteria project that's come for a full hearing before the commission was the G&K project. And the focus then, as the focus today for me, was odor control. And then we basically heard that, the buyer system was the way to go, because if there was going to be carbon filtration, it was much more expensive, and much more expensive. 2, that it didn't really work with a venting system like you have in the Carpinteria greenhouses, and 3, since it would require essentially fully enclosed greenhouses, it would have really substantial air conditioning costs that would need electricity service that doesn't even exist in Carpinteria. So I'm really intrigued by this condition now, that at least in the nursery area, that there would be this carbon filtration system in addition to the buyers. Can you tell us what's the evolution of this condition? How did this come about, and what's the authority for this condition? Because this is really big news.
Yeah, so Commissioner Park, through the chair, that was, the addition of the carbon filtration in the nursery greenhouse area was sort of an added measure, because there is an understanding that while nursery grow areas aren't flowering and they won't ever hold flowering plants, so the odor that would be emitted would be significantly less than any that would be experienced or admitted from flowering areas. But because CDFA allows, defines flowering as, I believe it's up to, pistil up to 1/2 inch, there is, depending on the size of a nursery area, there is some accumulation of odor even from nursery areas. So that was sort of just a precautionary measure that was added to the nursery to account for that.
So does the carbon filtration system even work if you've got these open air greenhouses, so to speak, where there's venting in the morning and in the afternoon?
I would say that we sort of rely on the expert opinion of the certified industrial hygienist that prepares the odor abatement plan. And, based on their plan, they evaluated, that's in the addendum that was more recent to the odor abatement plan, but that was evaluated in the plan by the certified industrial hygienist. And looking at the space of the nursery area and the size of that carbon filtration system, they did come to the conclusion that it would be effective in mitigating any odor that would be generated in the nursery area. But I mean, if there are, I would say, questions with the technical aspects of that, I would have to refer to the technical expert.
Okay, so let me follow up. I'll just share with you, and this leads to the question, that my multiple visits to carpentry facilities, and then, door grows, that's not my dog, that when I go to these places where I smell the odor much more than anywhere else is in the trimming rooms, in the processing room, okay? And then where I smell it after that, if I smell it much at all, is in the flowering rooms, where the resins are coming out, and that's when I smell it the most, when you see resins and so forth, and I can lean over a plant and smell it. Where I smell it the very least is in the nursery room, where you have the mother plants they pull the clones off of, they pull the cuttings off of, and where you have the little plants. So what is the point of having carbon filtration requirement in the nursery, but not in the flowering area? Because this one doesn't require it in the flowering area, but it does in the nursery.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I think they, like I said, the carbon filtration in the nursery area is more of a precautionary measure, and it is a smaller area compared to the flowering area in this case. So I think that was part of the consideration, but what the certified industrial hygienist looked at is what would be most effective in, given the two different uses of the two different areas. So I think with the flowering area, with the reasons that you just sort of outlined, that the buyer system would be a more effective system in that area where there's a much greater potential for production of odor than as compared to the nursery area.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, if I can jump in briefly. This is Catherine here in South County. Regarding the odor abatement setup, as Aaliyah mentioned, that even in a nursery, there is potential for mild odors. These are typically not experienced, as you've noticed, outside the structure or further distances away. So based on our code requirements and requiring a nursery to have odor abatement, the county worked with the applicant to determine or to identify what type of odor abatement control would be necessary. And I believe the applicant has their technical specialist here, and perhaps he may be a better person to speak to with regards to the technical aspects of the carbon filtration versus the buyer's system.
So a little follow-up there, and I'm not quite, is it the applicant's idea to have the carbon filtration in the nursery? Whose idea is that?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, our code requires odor abatement for nurseries. I believe it was the applicant in coordination with their technical expert that identified the use of filters specifically.
Oh, okay. So one last question. I'm going to be a contrarian here, but when I go down to those places, what I smell the most is the buyer's system. Whatever's coming out of that bothers me more than the cannabis smell. That's just me. That doesn't mean that's what I expect of the neighbors, and I respect what everybody else thinks. That's just me. And I'm wondering, do you need the buyer's system if you have the carbon filtration system?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I will likely defer to the applicants and their specialists to answer that, but my understanding is that as proposed, the carbon filtration is in select portions that cover the nursery and processing areas, but not the cultivation and flowering area. So if they were to remove the buyer system for the flowering area, there's no other odor abatement currently proposed for that.
As far as the ability for the CAM filters to be applied to the plowing areas, I would defer to the applicant and their specialist.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, this is Secretary Wilson. If I could supplement that.
Yes.
And I'd
Yes,
ask staff to provide some clarification on a point Commissioner Park raised. It's my understanding that the applicant is proposing this odor abatement process as part of their revised odor abatement. And because that it's on appeal and we're bringing it forward, I believe staff added as a condition of approval to match what they were already proposing. This, as we've had lengthy discussions on applying conditions to LUPs and CDPs, I think there's a distinction here on how this arose. And I believe it came from the applicant, and the applicant agreed to it as they were going to include this as part of their project description or their odor abatement plan.
Okay.
And if I could get staff to clarify that for the commission, I think that would be beneficial.
This is
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Commissioners, through the chair. So once a project was approved and then appealed, as we know, this is a de novo hearing, and so staff had worked with the applicant, as noted in the presentation, to improve and enhance upon the existing odor abatement plan, which brings us to where we are today. The condition as part of today's recommended action, condition number 11, that references the odor abatement plan, was further enhanced in coordination with the applicant to address this updated odor abatement system.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park, do you have more questions?
Yeah, I lied. I have one more. It's an important one.
Okay.
I noticed when I read the staff report that it did not include a condition of approval that I call, with all due respect to Mr. Cooney, the Cooney condition, because it's one that he came up, it's a condition of approval that he came up with during the GNK hearing, which I thought was just crucial, a really excellent condition of approval. And it essentially says that instead of having a complaint process and after so many complaints, then it's up to to our own director of P&D to determine if there is odor reaching residential areas. That in fact, after the installation of the system, that the executive or that our director make that determination, and in conjunction with an engineer who's selected by the county and paid for by the applicant. I hope I paraphrased it correctly. And I brought that to the attention of the attorney for the applicant and suggested that it would be something I would really look for. And I understand there's been some kind of modification or some activity in the last few days where it's added or proposed. I just would ask staff to clarify, is that a condition of approval you're recommending now? Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes, we have included the condition that was crafted for the GNK project. It is incorporated as part of condition of approval number 11 under the monitoring section, where upon installation of the odor control system and quarterly thereafter for 1 year, our permit compliance staff shall conduct an inspection to assess compliance with the requirements of the condition as well as our coastal zoning ordinance. And we have the ability as the county to retain a professional engineer or certified industrial hygienist to certify that the odor control system meets the requirements of our condition as well as our zoning ordinance.
Madam Chair, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Hi there. Ms. Foster, could you go back to the slide that has the odor control plan? Because I'd like to understand inside the roof where the nursery is versus the area where the flowers are going to be most intense, because I know they put a lot of thought into this. Thank you. So, okay, sorry. It's hard for me to read before. So the processing is where all of it's being processed, and the flowering is the most intense odoriferous component. So that's as far away from neighbors as they can get it. Okay. The second question I had, and I'm not sure if it's, where is the parking for this case? So I know they have to do 13 stalls, or they have to do 11. They're providing 13. Where is that? I'm not sure if this is the best plan for that.
Chair
There's
Bradley.
supposed to be 13 stalls there?
Chair Bradley.
Catherine, if you can go back to the site plan figure in the PowerPoint, that might be a better place to. So you can see on this slide, just north of the nursery greenhouses, which is the yellow shaded greenhouses, there are, how many is it? Right there, I believe there are 8 there, and then just, yep, where Catherine is circling, 5 additional.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that was all the questions I had, and I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So why don't we proceed to the appellant presentation? And I just want to remind everybody that might be watching, we're not going to be accepting any further speaker slips, request to speak after the appellant's presentation. And with that, we would move straight through to Dr. Dean and her team, or whoever she has.
It's just me. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is Judy Dean, and I'm a retired physician. My husband and I have lived in practice in Santa Barbara County for 30 years. Can we have the first slide, please? There's a slide presentation.
I'm sure he's working on it.
Pause the time. Thank you. That's a beautiful picture of Carpinteria. Next slide. I am not an industrial hygienist or a pulmonary specialist, but I am a doctor. My area of practice was primarily breast cancer, and I have been told by numerous patients that cannabis helped them through their treatment. So I want to make it very clear at the start, this is not about opposition to cannabis. This appeal is about adverse health effects of cannabis cultivation on neighboring residents. Next slide. It's no secret that growing cannabis plants produce a strong skunk-like odor. Residents in Carpinteria Valley smell it nearly every day. Next slide. That's because decades-old vented greenhouses designed for growing flowers are being repurposed for cannabis production. Because of the bad smell, vapor phase odor abatement is used all over Carpinteria Valley to try to mitigate the odor, but it still stinks a lot of the time. So how important is smell anyway? Anosmia, or the loss of the sense of smell, results in a profound loss of well-being and even increased suicides. Chronic exposure to noxious odors is not just a nuisance. It's harmful to mental health and physical well-being. Next slide. Next slide. Most of what we perceive as flavors in food actually comes from smell, not taste. Next slide. Chronic exposure to strong odors interferes with the sense of smell and prevents enjoyment of foods, wines, and other scents and flavors. Next slide. Although the nuisance odor from cannabis should not be underestimated, exposure to cannabis terpenes is much more than just a nuisance. In fact, these terpenes and those in Ecosorb have significant potential health effects on humans. Because cannabis has only recently become legal in most jurisdictions, there is an understandable information gap about the safety of industrial scale cannabis in residential neighborhoods, which is what is being proposed here. Next slide. The staff report for this appeal gives 3 reasons we should ignore the potential health effects of Ecosorb, the chemical used for vapor phase odor abatement, but all 3 are invalid. I'm going to address each of these. Next slide. First, the staff report references the safety data sheet, but this is not a public health document. For Ecosorb, the safety data sheet advises workers to use personal protective equipment like gloves and goggles when they handle the liquid product, but it has nothing to say about exposure to the vaporized product. This document does not address the issues of chronic community exposure 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Next slide. Second, the staff point out that Ecosorb chemical components are not listed as toxic air contaminants. I shouldn't have to say this, but not known to be toxic is not the same as safe. The ingredients in Ecosorb have actually not been tested as vaporized inhalants, so of course they're not known toxic air contaminants. Substances safe to apply on skin or ingest orally are not necessarily safe to inhale. The third justification, thank you. Next slide, there you go. From the staff report for ignoring the health risks is the health screening assessment done by CPF Associates. This report was paid for by OMI, the company that makes Ecosorb, so it cannot be viewed as independent or unbiased. Next slide. This is the report. It's 6 pages long. It contains no experimental data whatsoever, no study of the effects of human exposure to Ecosorb. Next slide. The methodology involved estimating concentration of Ecosorb chemical ingredients around a hypothetical vapor phase installation. No actual measurements or testing were done, except to analyze Ecosorb by gas chromatography mass spectrography, which showed 27 compound chemicals. The important part of the methodology I highlighted in blue. Next slide. And this is it. The estimated concentrations of the component chemicals were then compared to published levels of known inhalation toxicity. Next slide. Here's where it gets interesting. On page 5, the report says that this last crucial step of the process was, quote, challenging. Next slide. That's because, in fact, none of the ingredients has ever been tested for inhalation. And they're therefore not listed in databases relied on for inhalation health assessment. So CPF changed their methodology to include similar chemicals or similar classes of chemical compounds. But even then, not all the ingredients could be verified as safe for inhalation. Still, CPF opined that they see no risk from Ecosorb as an inhalant, although most of the ingredients have only been tested as oral additives, not inhalants. Next slide. But inhalation is not the same as oral ingestion or skin application. We learned that fact the hard way when thousands of people had to be hospitalized and dozens died after vaping additives considered natural and non-toxic, like flavorings, vitamin E, and CBD. Inhalation is not equivalent to ingestion. Lung tissue is far more delicate than the skin or the gut. It also offers direct absorption into the systemic blood circulation, unlike oral ingestion, which sends absorbed materials first to the liver for detoxification. Inhaled compounds move directly to the heart, then the brain, and the rest of the systemic circulation. Next slide. The CPF health screening assessment does make reference to one 4-hour study of rats exposed to Ecosorb, noting that no ill effects were found after observation for 14 days. That's like saying someone smoked one cigarette and they didn't die or get cancer, so smoking every day, 365 days a year, must be safe. Next slide. The CPF assessment clearly demonstrates the near complete lack of safety data for Ecosorb and its constituent compounds. They have been presumed safe because they are not listed in databases of known toxic air contaminants, but in fact, none of the ingredients or the mixture have been tested as chronic inhalants. We should remind ourselves at this point that the vaping additives that killed people were also presumed safe and are not listed as known toxic air contaminants. Pardon me, next slide. Let's change gears now and talk about odor abatement. Under current procedures, odor abatement enforcement is primarily complaint-driven and devoid of objective criteria. I can lodge a complaint, say on a Monday evening, but no one will even look at it until maybe the next day. And even someone is sent to investigate the odor may be gone by the time anyone arrives on site to observe. Next slide. When you log a complaint on the county's SurveyMonkey for an odor, you get back a form message saying, you know that odor abatement is not enforced for legal non-conforming sites, which, by the way, are the majority of cannabis grow sites in Carpinteria. The message also has a nice reminder that operators are required to eliminate the odors associated with cannabis cultivation. What does that even mean? Next slide. The industrial hygienist for this project includes this misleading and perhaps disingenuous statement in his report, quote, cannabis odors, whether real or psychological, are subjective and interpretive depending on the receptor, end quote. In fact, cannabis odors can be quantified and objectively documented. Testing is available, and to their credit, these applicants have done pilot testing on their adjacent cannabis site to optimize their vapor phase equipment and reduce their use of Ecosorb. Next slide. The staff report also emphasized that terpenes and VOCs are natural and emitted by many forms of plant life. This is irrelevant. Flowering cannabis emits terpenes at a rate roughly 10 times higher than most plant life. In greenhouses, those terpenes accumulate and are then released at high concentration when the vents are open, a process the growers call burping. This is nothing like what occurs in nature. The concentration of VOCs can be even higher during drying and processing. We need to stop pretending that this is like smelling roses or walking through a forest. Next slide. Added to the cannabis terpenes are the surfactants and other chemicals in Ecosorb. We talked about the lack of safety data for Ecosorb. The amount being vaporized and released into the air in Carpinteria has not actually been studied. I was told one of the surfactants in Ecosorb is polysorbate 80. This chemical can alter the blood-brain barrier in humans. It therefore poses a potential risk to newborns and young children who have developing brains. Currently, this product can be legally sprayed open air in my neighborhood. It has been suggested that much of the surfactant portion of Ecosorb remains in the tank and is not volatilized, but this has never actually been studied or documented. Next slide. Tons of Ecosorb are being sprayed open air in Carpinteria Valley, estimated in the range of hundreds of tons per year. This is being sprayed around and over greenhouses to supposedly trap noxious cannabis terpenes. In spite of the near complete lack of safety data and ineffectiveness. Next slide. In Nate Seward's criteria report on the G&K project last year, he pointed out that the compounds formed when Ecosorb combines with cannabis terpenes should be identified and tested. But this has also not been done. That was over a year ago. Seems interesting to me that his report as the industrial hygienist was accepted and the project was approved, but that point was ignored. That's where the concern comes about potential fire hazard. Next slide. So what are the effects of inhaling all this stuff? The common effects on humans of inhaling terpenes include itchy, watering eye redness and inflammation, sneezing, allergic rhinitis, sore throat, cough, headache, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, sleep disturbance, asthma, and asthma attacks. These are precisely the complaints residents have been making for over 2 years. Next slide. I've had practically everything on that list except dizziness. After coughing for 2 years, I sought medical advice first from an ENT, then an internist, an allergist, and finally a pulmonologist, and I was diagnosed with asthma. Asthma tends to run in families. I do not have a single family member who has ever had asthma. After trying a variety of medication, I've arrived at the combination you see and can now sleep without coughing most of the time. The copay for just the medicine in the middle after insurance has paid is over $450. And I am far from unique. Lots of people in Carpinteria are getting sick from cannabis cultivation. No one knows if there's been a spike in childhood asthma or asthma attacks, though, because no one is tracking that data. Next slide. This is a letter from the City of Carpinteria documenting health complaints from residents. Next slide. The file for this appeal and for most other cannabis permits that have come before the Commission contain more health complaints from residents. Here's the relevant excerpt from the city's letter. The city has received numerous complaints and concerns from residents citing ill health effects. Next slide. The PEIR report for cannabis did determine there would be Class 1 air quality impacts, including odor, ozone, and other air pollution. The Board of Supervisors, however, chose to override these in favor of a robust and financially viable cannabis industry. The magnitude and the prevalence of the resulting health effects, however, were not anticipated. Next slide. Health issues for nearby residents were not addressed in the PEIR. Since cannabis cultivation ramped up in 2017, the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and others have received numerous health-related complaints from residents. Now that these health effects have come to light, it is ethically wrong to continue to ignore them because of procedural rules. Next slide. There's an elephant in the room, and it's that people are being harmed by the proliferation of cannabis production in Carpinteria Valley. The PEIR being used to circumvent individual environmental review is not adequate to protect the health of residents or the environment, and is being improperly applied to projects in the coastal zone. It's time to demand meaningful environmental review of cannabis projects. At the very least, we should stop giving out cannabis permits until the issues raised in the grand jury report are addressed. I am not an alarmist, but I am a physician, and there are legitimate health concerns for neighbors of cannabis projects, not just nuisances. Next slide. Next slide. Carpinteria Valley is home to roughly 21,000 people, about 13,000 of whom live within the city limits, and the rest in EDNRs and other residences sprinkled throughout the valley. Next slide. Carpinteria has a unique microclimate with generally mild temperatures and frequent overcast and fog. Quite often, as in this picture taken in November, Carpinteria is under a blanket of fog when Santa Barbara is sunny. Next slide. This phenomenon occurs in every season of the year. This picture's from April this year, from Padaro Overcrossing. Next slide. This summer we had fog almost every day from the end of May to the middle of August. Next slide. Here's a very typical 10-day forecast for Carpinteria with cloud cover for at least part of every day and continuous for several days in a row. Next slide. What this means is there's very often an inversion layer over the valley that traps pollution. I call your attention to the lower illustrations showing what happens to air pollutants during an inversion layer. Instead of dispersing, they get trapped. Next slide. This microclimate means the emissions from cannabis production are frequently trapped in Carpinteria Valley. This also was not addressed in the PEIR. It is clearly inappropriate to make a countywide determination that cannabis projects can avoid environmental review. Next slide. The project we are discussing today is in close proximity to numerous residences and borders the city of Carpinteria. This is just a list of some of them. Next slide. And who lives here? Plenty of so-called sensitive receptors. Now that kids have to stay home due to COVID, they will be exposed to the emissions from this project all day, every day. There is a very vulnerable population of sometimes transient, often lower income people who live around this project. Many of them are probably not even aware of the hearing happening today, since a large number of their mailed notices were returned by the post office as undeliverable. I saw a stack of return notices over an inch thick when I reviewed this file a year ago, and I questioned the adequacy of notification to this vulnerable population. Next slide. Here's a map of the EDR end of Carpinteria Valley. Next slide. And here's a map of the cannabis permits in the same area. You can see the excessive density of cannabis smashed right into the neighborhoods and right up to the city limits. Next slide. This is Craven's Lane. Cannabis plants already outnumber residents, and this project will add to the overconcentration for this neighborhood. It's not just the dot on Craven's Lane. There's a project around the corner on Via Real, and more of them on Foothill. Next slide. To summarize, the safety of vapor phase emissions is unproven, and there are detrimental effects of cannabis emissions on humans. Both are amplified by the local geography and weather of Carpinteria, and people are getting sick. Cannabis production in Carpinteria has been too much, too fast. I urge the Commission to uphold this appeal and deny the permit for cannabis production at 1540 Cravens Lane until adequate health and safety measures are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dean. Did anybody on the commission have questions for Dr. Dean before she? Commissioner Park.
Yes, Dr. Dean,
do you have a question?
Yes.
Dr. Dean, I take it as a physician, you were exposed to a lot of research papers on your specialty, so I won't even ask you that. But isn't it true that with even the most well-received, most respected experts, their research papers aren't generally accepted into common knowledge until there is peer review and replication of testing results?
Yes.
And has there been replication of testing results in the EchoSorb testing assessments that you've referred to in your presentation?
No, it's not been tested at all. The only thing they have is a 4-hour acute exposure of rats.
Okay. Now, and what is? I've heard your reaction to the odor of cannabis. What's your reaction to the odor of EchoSorb? I mean, I
don't like that odor either, and it is detectable in the parts per billion range. It's not odorless.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question that you may not like either alternative I posed to you, but I'm just curious if you have an opinion. If you could have literally no buyer's system, but carbon filtration in all phases of the operation here, both the nursery, the flowering area where it's not there for now, and the trimming area, which would you prefer, the buyer's system or the full carbon filtration?
I think a reasonable plan for most of these locations of production would be to use some portion of their greenhouses for solar power. That solar power could then be used to supply enclosed greenhouse growing of cannabis with not only stopping the open venting so you wouldn't need a buyer system, but filtering the air before it's released. That's a far more effective approach than what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dean.
You're welcome.
Do any other questions? No more hands raised from the commission. So with that, I'm just going to remind the public that we are not accepting any more requests to public speaking, and anyone who's registered before is already fine. So with that, we will move directly to the applicant's presentation. I'm not sure that Ms. Stein, are you starting that off or?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Bridley and commissioners. I'm Amy Steinfeld, attorney for the applicant, who are here with me today. We have David and Cindy Van Wingerden, and I'd also like to introduce the rest of my team in case anyone has questions. We have Michelle McToldridge, our architect, and we have Troy Margolis, project manager, and then we have Mark Byers and 2 other VOC experts that are here with us today. We're excited to be here to share all of the interesting research that we've undertaken in the last year since the county first approved this project. Our focus today is going to be on not only the improvements to the project, but the developments in science that we've been working on. TPW has invested heavily in studying air quality and odor and has commissioned several new studies that we've presented to you to really augment the science of cannabis so that our community can better understand this issue. And we've taken these concerns raised by Dr. Dean very seriously, as you'll see. But first, I'm going to turn it over to Cindy to talk about herself and her family a little bit more.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Cindy Van Wingerden, co-applicant and CEO of this project. I'd like to share a little bit about our family and why we're here today. My husband was raised on the property where we're seeking cannabis permits. check out this photo of little David and his dad Jerry in the greenhouse. He comes from a long line of farmers. Next. In 1967, his grandparents migrated from the Netherlands and began growing flowers. In 1972, his dad and uncle started Westland Floral. They led a thriving business for many years that employed up to 250 people at its peak. The business prospered until the early 2000s when South American imports caused flower prices to plummet, plunging the company into decline. Yet still the farming roots were strong, and my husband received a horticulture degree from Cal Poly. I was born in Santa Barbara by a single mother on the Mesa. My mom was the first to migrate from Mexico in the 60s, and soon after, the rest of my family arrived and began working in the fields, while my grandfather stayed in Mexico tending to the family businesses. It's important to acknowledge this history because I learned that it's in my blood to be an entrepreneur, independent and driven. Fast forward, I ended up becoming a single mom at an early age. At a young age, my mother was heartbroken. She knew firsthand the difficulties. But I was determined to continue my education at Santa Barbara City College and at Cal State Northridge. In 2009, I met David Van Wingerden, the man who would become the love of my life. And in 2011, we became a blended family with my boys, Adrian and Milo. When the economy crashed, I lost my full-time job. Times for our family were tough. Next. My husband had just used our savings to start Westland Produce to grow hydroponic lettuce with my father-in-law at the greenhouses on Cravens Lane, a big investment with little return. The business made a small profit for a few years until the state passed a bill to increase wages. They implemented new technology but continued to struggle. They worked endless hours, relentlessly, trying to save our family's livelihood and to keep our employees that had been the company's backbone for decades. Next. As a little girl, I would skateboard up and down Shoreline Drive, dreaming of being one of those people who get to go into those nice big houses. In 2013, my dream came true. I obtained my real estate license, but all of my commissions went into my husband's struggling business. Even though I was newly pregnant and high risk, I was unable to stay home. Instead, I continued to sell houses, using all my commissions to fund losses from produce. I was determined to help my family farm survive. After several years of losing money, we decided to shut down produce and diversify our crops yet again to keep the lights on. Next. In 2015, after researching the cannabis business, I stepped away from my real estate team to dive in full time into the cannabis industry. Cannabis has allowed us to increase employees' wages. It's helped generate capital to be able to improve and maintain our facilities. Because cannabis has provided stability to our farm, our kids now have a chance to benefit from the family legacy. Our oldest son, Adrian, is currently a grower and manager for CVW Organic Farms. Our younger son, Emiliano, just started college to pursue a degree in business, and hopefully will return to the farm one day. And our daughter, Vanessa, while only 4 years old, already thinks she's the boss. Our family has a long history on Cravens Lane in Carpinteria. We've always gotten along with our neighbors and immediately address any neighbor concerns. As CVW Organic Farms carries the family legacy into the future, we're committed to working with our neighbors as we always have. We're proud of our farm and love the Carpinteria Valley, where we live and work. As the CEO, I implement our company's vision and values, cultivate relationships, and develop our business plan. I oversee all compliance, executive staff, and do all the sales and marketing. We're part of this community, have no outside investors, and have many friends and family who support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next. So I just want to provide a quick overview of the project. Just to remind everyone, right now, this project is utilized for growing cut flowers. And the reason why that's important to understand is this is a pretty simple project, simply a change in the crop. There's going to be no new development, no manufacturing on site, only processing. The baseline today is this cut flower operation. And the good news about the transition to cannabis, at this site, you'll see a net reduction in energy use, water use, pesticide use, and a reduction in traffic. This is really a win-win for the community and the employees. Now, I want to point out on the water usage point is that cut flowers currently use about 5 acre-feet of water per acre of greenhouse annually. In contrast, cannabis uses about 2.5 acre-feet per acre. So that you can see that's a big reduction in local water use. Next. Now, I know Aaliyah showed a similar map, but I just wanted to highlight a few other things so you can kind of understand the context of this project and where it's situated. So you can see the project site is outlined in red, and right in front of the project is the homestead of Jerry Van Wingerden, David's father. This is the site where David actually was born and raised. So what's nice about this project, you can see that that home provides a really nice buffer from Craven's Lane. In addition, the first part of the project is, as you heard, will now be in non-flowering plants or the nursery. So the new setback of any flowering plant is now over 300 feet from the public right-of-way, which is Craven's Lane. I also want to point out to the north of the site, there is, you can see some avocados. Those are owned by Jerry Van Wingerden. And to the west, those are owned by the neighbor, George Twist. George Twist sent the applicants a letter confirming that he had no concerns with his cannabis project. And in fact, his organic avocado orchard has always had a good relationship with Jerry and David. They notify the applicants every time they spray. And what that does, it allows David to close up the greenhouse fence, because if you look down to the south, they have a legal non-conforming site right next door. And so that's the CVW DBB parcel. That project is coming before you in October. So what this shows is that these two uses can coexist quite nicely. And David tests his cannabis plants on the other site. Of course, as you've all heard, cannabis is subjected to very rigorous state standards, and they have never detected any pesticides on those plants, even with aerial pesticide spraying. Next. Quickly, I just want to highlight some of the enhancements since approval. Although I know the applicants weren't thrilled about waiting 13 months for a hearing, the good news is during that time, they gave Ms. Dean's concerns deep thought, and in response came back with a project that was improved. So I want to just focus on a few things here, really, since it seems like the main topic today is VOCs and odors, that they voluntarily committed to VOC monitoring once this project is up and running. And the reason why that's important is we keep hearing that odor is subjective. We don't know if it smells and when it smells and if it really smells. And so we'll be hearing later today from Dr. Cram, who's developed a system to actually quantify the VOCs that cause odor into basically a level of a parts per billion. So we're really excited about this. The county has added this as condition number 11. And Dr. Cram later will share the technology he's developed. In addition, there's other great improvements, new septic system, improved security lighting, and other odor plan improvements, including moving the fire system on the flowering greenhouses to the ridge fence. Next. I know we keep hearing about the health and safety of the community employees, and CVW takes this extremely seriously. In fact, OSHA has visited numerous times in the past year and has found no health and safety violations. Again, they engaged in studies that found no possible health concerns regarding VOCs and mold levels, both inside and outside the processing facilities and greenhouses. These studies are really revolutionary because no one had looked at all of these different constituents to see what levels of terpenes, other VOCs, other possible dangerous constituents were found in the air. And so we'll be also sharing those studies with you, which we submitted last Friday. In addition, cannabis doesn't require pesticides, so it reduces the pesticide load for the entire Carpinteria community. And then again, CVW is really committed as a force for social good. Next. With regards to odor control, I want to really talk about EcoZorb. So to respond to the appellant's claims, EcoZorb has been used for 30 years as an odor neutralizer in the US, in many different industries and globally. There has never been any complaints that we've heard anything published about potential health impact of inhaling EcoZorb. It's also approved for use within hospitals and also within your home. It's accepted to be the most environmentally friendly odor neutralizer on the market. And it's made up primarily of purified water, plant oils, and as you heard, 2 surfactants. Ecozorb was found in many studies to have no toxic air contaminants. It was also, as you heard, analyzed. The 27 ingredients were actually revealed to the APCD under a non-disclosure agreement, and they came back and confirmed that none of these ingredients were toxic. We also haven't heard of a documented uptick in health issues caused by Ecozorb. And in fact, the employees that work right next to the pipe in close proximity at the neighboring site have not experienced any health impact since it's been used in Carpinteria. Next. With regards to VOCs, I'm going to leave it up to the experts to explain the work they've done at the site next door. But I wanted to just share the reason why the tests from the next door site are applicable to this site before you today is that the site next door is run by the same operator, David and Cindy, and the microclimate conditions are the same. In response to appellant's complaints, we did studies not only in beautiful, sunny, slightly windy weather, but we also took air quality samples during overcast conditions. I'd also like to mention that CW has a very advanced weather station. It's been collecting weather data for 25 years because that's how they control their greenhouses. And that information is going to be very important as we start to correlate odors with different weather patterns. With that, I'd like to introduce Paul Schaefer, a chemical engineer, and then he will be followed by Mark Byers and then Dr. Cram. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so Amy, just to remind you, I think you're probably about 9 minutes left, total, including your rebuttal time.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paul Schaefer. I'm here to simply present data from air sampling reports dated 05-2120 and 08-2120 already submitted to the Commission. The following slides are simply a summary of some of those findings. On this slide, first I want to say, what is a VOC? Volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, are organic chemical compounds whose composition makes it possible for them to evaporate under normal atmospheric conditions or temperature and pressure. The term VOC does not inherently mean dangerous or toxic, and all living things emit VOCs can both be anthropogenic or biogenic. On 04-15-2020, we conducted 2 sampling events, one of them in the AM and one of them in the PM, under 2 very different meteorological conditions. In the AM, the winds were incredibly light and blowing from the north or north-northwest. And in the PM study or measurements, the winds were opposite direction and blowing about 7 miles per hour. So in both conditions, we collected samples upwind and downwind of the project site. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick slide of all the compounds listed in the TO15 compendium of methods. So the method includes 59 VOCs, which are also identified as hazardous air pollutants in the Title III of the Clean Air Act. And then also we analyzed for what we call TICs, or tentatively identified compounds. And that includes a library of over 250,000 compounds, and the identification of TICs in the sample is not considered absolute because there's no concentration or QA associated with it in regards to establishing true concentration of the identified molecule. Next slide, please. So this slide here represents the detected compounds from the 4/15/2020 sampling events, both AM and PM events. As you can see here, we also provide the NIOSH relative exposure limits and OSHA personal exposure limit relative to the compounds detected if available. And you can see here, there's very little difference between the upwind and downwind concentrations. And none of the compounds measured, even approached within orders of magnitude of these exposure standards. Next slide, please. Then we returned and did another sampling event on 8/13/2020 to address the measurement of concentrations under overcast conditions. It's true that under overcast conditions, there's less dilutive mixing, and you have the potential for greater ground level concentrations when you have releases of near the ground level. We also collected samples off of in the residential area to the west of the facility, and one's near the output of the Byers system for assessment of under those conditions. Next slide, please. As you can see here, again, this is just a presentation of the
come over here?
compounds.
No?
The compounds not detected aren't provided here.
You're going to zoom right there because you're on.
So this also provides outdoor and indoor samples. As you can tell, in the outdoor samples, none of the ticks were detected. And also in all of the outdoor samples, the upwind and downwind samples were very similar, and nothing measured was even close to any of the exposure standards. You can see in the indoor standards, the higher level of amount of compounds detected, which would be expected in the indoor samples closer to the sources. The terpenes that we would expect to find indoors in the processing areas were detected. And again, nothing was measured in close proximity to established health standards. But it does show that we are capable of detecting the terpenes with this method, and that the outdoor samples did not detect them in any appreciable concentration. Next slide. So this is just a quick summary of the sampling results. None of the samples collected during the course of the sampling project exceeded or approached published NIOSH or OSHA exposure standards. The measured concentrations do not indicate the presence of a possible health concern in relation to employees or receptors downwind of the facility. Concentrations of downwind samples were almost all less than the sample reporting limit for every compound. In addition, there was no appreciable difference in downwind versus upwind samples relative to the measured VOC. The greenhouse out sample was collected in close proximity to the distribution piping of the vapor phase odor neutralizing system. Even in close proximity to this output, the ambient concentrations were similar to the background concentration. The ADDI sample collected in a nearby only one detected compound, and that same compound was measured in the background sample in near similar concentrations. We also collected microbial sampling results in indoors as well as outdoors. The outdoor samples simply collected in order to assess the difference and possible attribution to indoor microbial growth or microbial growth indoors. All the samples collected indoors showed a reduction in microbial concentration compared to both measured outdoor levels and the initial sampling round. If you look at the studies, we did 2 different sampling rounds for microbial. This shows that the indoor microbial generation is not significant relative to the background levels in this area. Cladosporium, Penicillium, and Aspergillus are types of 2 microbial spores found across all samples. These spore types are ubiquitous in nature. I've never collected a microbial sample that didn't have concentrations of these microbials within them. So thank you very much for my time. I think Mark Byers is coming up next.
Hear me okay?
Yes, I lost track of your minutes, but I bet you're down around like, I don't know, 6 or 5, and that includes rebuttal. So sorry.
Okay.
No
Well,
pressure, Mark.
no worries. I'm just going to limit myself to a few comments to leave some stuff for Mark.
Okay.
Chair Bradley and honorable commissioners, thank you. You know who I am now. I want to just address a few things real quickly then. I would say recent engineering improvements have allowed us to explore deploying our systems along the ridge vents, but I would strongly underscore here, that's when and where applicable. In this particular installation, we're following that approach, but conversely, the existing grow on this property, as is the case of many of our installations in Carpinteria, the current perimeter system works extremely well, and actually changing that would potentially be a step backward. Regarding the efficacy of our systems and the neutralizer, I would just note that county staff members themselves have visited David and Cindy's current operation a number of times and can attest to the efficacy of both our vapor phase odor mitigation on cultivation and our approach to odor control in interior processing areas. One thing needs to be addressed here, actually 2 things, but quickly. our surfactant was noted, polysorbate 80. According to CARB, California Air Resources Board, it is not even considered a VOC because it's a long chain hydrocarbon. So let me underscore that. It's not even considered a VOC. We couldn't volatilize it even if we wanted to in our process. We rely on volatilization. And if you can't volatilize it, it can't make it into the air. One last thing, I'm sure you'll have questions on this and I'll address it further in those questions, but I want to be clear on putting carbon in veg. This is a unique situation. It should not be extrapolated that this is the new way of doing something in the valley or something like this. Every installation we do is a snowflake. They're all very unique. And in this particular case, veg is separate and it's close to the road. That reduces vapor close to the road. Veg has very much less to react with. And so we're trying in this particular instance. There's a lot to learn when it comes to that. We would by no means endorse that this is the end all and it should be extrapolated to be used in other applications. Highly premature. And the comments about closing up the greenhouses and all that, it's absurd. I'm not even a greenhouse engineer and I know that that's absurd. We can get into more detail later on that. So I just want to underscore those things. I think Paul and others have pretty much made the case on our safety, efficacy, et cetera. So I'll turn it over to Mark Cram.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for the time. I don't have much, so I'm going to jump pretty quickly. I just want to acknowledge Dr. Blaine Hartman and Cliff Brescura, who's helped me with this. So if you could go to the next slide, that'd be great. I won't even cover this, but basically I come from the environmental industry where I've been working for the majority of my life, trying to resolve contaminant exposure kinds of challenges. Next, please. So we modified a system that we use for environmental applications specifically to address some of the cannabis issues that have been raised. We use a system that I'll describe in the next slide. But we're using this all throughout the US as well as internationally. Next, please. So it's a laboratory grade analyzer. It's a gas chromatograph that allows you to separate and quantify the specific chemicals that you identify. It's a modified EPA method, very sensitive. Next. Very quick analyses. And what we did was we modified this system to allow us to actually sample from up to 16 locations, hundreds of meters away. That allows us to get a spatial and a temporal rendering. And we can remotely control the operation. So it's like a robot that we give commands to. Next, please. We send all the data to the internet, so it's shared with people that have access. And we combine this with weather data so that you can identify cause and effect types of correlations and respond to that. We operate this in two different modes. One is discrete manual sampling mode, and one is the continuous operating mode and monitoring mode. Next, please. So here I've got a couple snapshots. You can see the tubing on the left there for the continuous monitoring mode. It runs unattended. We get about 150 analyses per day for all these different locations that we set it up to monitor. The discrete sampling mode, you get about 50 runs per day because you manually have to run to grab the sample. Next, please. So we've learned quite a bit, and special thanks to David and Cindy for allowing us to run a lot of these tests here in the spring at one of their current operations. We can definitely detect compounds in cannabis. We can detect compounds in EcoSorb. And so far, given all the varietals we've looked at, about 15 so far, we can distinguish the EcoSorb signature from the cannabis signature. Next, please. That's very helpful because when the EcoSorb buyer system is applied, we can confirm that the coverage is complete. Or if there's some gaps, we can identify those surgically. That's typically done with discrete sampling. Next. And through monitoring, we can, as I mentioned, combine the chemistry with the weather and identify this cause and effect kind of correlations. Next. This is probably the most exciting part. We identified common analytes within all the cannabis varietals we've analyzed so far, as well as in the EcoSorb. So we came up with an idea to focus on a few select cannabis terpene compounds and then use those to then quantify what we're seeing and then correlate that with odor thresholds. Next, please. So we've concluded that the technology can help us optimize the systems, not just the mitigation system, but also the operations so that you reduce the emissions. Next. We can empirically, quantifiably confirm compliance. So you can set up performance metrics and see if you meet those. Next. And that's because we just started to do these odor threshold tests where we took the surrogate terpene mixtures, we quantified those terpenes, and we evaluated 4 varietals so far plus EcoSorb. And we noticed that the thresholds, the detection for humans was consistently at these levels. This report has been provided to a couple folks that are reviewing it right now. But this is going to help us establish performance criteria. Next.
Mr. Cram, you're officially over the 25 minutes total. So can you wrap up, please?
Sure. As been stated, the plan right now is to operate this system and monitor at the applicant's facility starting 7 days prior to the first cultivation, then on an as-needed basis. We're going to derive these correlations to inform adaptive management. We're going to optimize the mitigation system through these diagnostics, and then we're going to work with other growers to encourage an increase in the weather station density, because that can be very helpful, and also to add to the cannabis odor threshold varietal library that we just started. And that's all I have to say.
I'm going to have to ask, that has to be your last slide, okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Team Steinfeld, Team CVW. So that concludes the applicant's presentation. I forgot to, ahead of time, talk about a break for staff. But first, are there any questions from the commission for the applicant? Commissioner Park.
Yes, this is for Dr. Cram. You can return to the microphone or computer or speaking to whatever your technology is. So, my high school science project more than 50 years ago was chromatography, liquid back then, not gas, right? And so my ears always perk up when I hear about it. And is my understanding correct that you can take just about any sample that you collect without even knowing what it is, and with your gas chromatography, you can analyze what's in it?
Commissioner Park, thank you for that question. That is possible. The system that we have, since we designed it to allow us to monitor rather quickly so that we would have fast sample throughput, we're only looking for those that would pass through the system within 10 minutes. So there are going to be other compounds that are going to be in that sample that we're not going to detect because we're not waiting long enough. But you can grab a sample, send it to a fixed laboratory, and the answer your question affirmative. That's true.
So let me focus specifically on EcoSorb, because there's this concern that folks don't know what's in it. It's proprietary, and that it'll be going in the air and it'll be settling down, and they're afraid of it. So regardless of what you know about how it starts out and what's in it, your collection devices will collect what falls out of the air, and you'll be able to analyze that, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Park.
Okay. And now you said you'll be on site, if I heard this correctly, 7 days once it's installed, then as needed. Did I hear that right?
Commissioner Park, that's my understanding so far. Again, I want to emphasize that our role is as an independent third party. We're going to provide data to whoever needs this. So we're essentially bus drivers, I like to describe it as. So whatever folks tell me what direction to turn, we'll turn that bus.
Okay, one last question, and it's going to be a little bit of a wild one. So I am personally excited by what you're doing here. I think this will give us some objective data that we've been not getting thus far in this whole discussion of odor. And I look forward to hearing whatever you get. But I want you to assume for the moment that I'm a very wealthy planning commissioner and a very generous person, and I decide I want to fund you staying in that valley for 2 years and roving around the valley testing so that we get some final answers once and for all. Ballpark cost of that.
Commissioner Park, that's a great question, and I've been asked that many times. So I don't have a reference in the cannabis environment at this point. In the environmental field, the environmental industry, we work at many Superfund sites where the duration exceeds a year. For instance, when they're doing very aggressive remediation, heating up the soil and producing vapors. In those situations, it's typically a couple $100,000 a year. But, you know, we work on an economy of scale as well. So if many people or many systems are required, we could certainly bring those costs down.
Well, I'd sure like to see the industry fund that, or someone. I can't, but someone should. Commissioner Bradley, I'm done with my questions, and I don't know if anybody else has questions. There is one question I'd like staff to look at, and they may need some time to do it. So I thought I just might mention that before you take your long break.
Yeah, please.
Can I say that now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What I'm wondering about is the PEIR, and I'm presuming the PEIR does address odor and terpenes and things. I mean, I've been told that. But what I don't know is, does the PEIR address EcoSorb? Does it address that kind of thing? Not the cannabis smells, but EcoSorb and what it smells like and its effects. And so if staff could give me an answer, if they know now, that's fine, but at least maybe they can look at it a little bit during that next break. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. And I am not seeing any other hands raised for questions of the applicant. So with that, I think this is the time to take our break so that staff can have a lunch break. We're not breaking in FLSA law, and taking a few minutes off. So hopefully we can, we didn't actually lay this out. I think we're talking about a 30-minute break, because it's pretty clear to me we're not going to get through this before we lose Commissioner Blau anyway. So let's do a 30-minute break for lunch and rest, and then come back and we'll proceed with public comment. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Go. Jennifer.
Madam Chair, we're back on the air.
Great. Am I all okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
No. Okay. So this reconvenes the Planning Commission meeting for August 26th, and we concluded with the applicant's presentation and some questions and answers. But I think we are going straight into public comment at this point. So I see other attendees in the hearing, but we're just going straight to public comment. So with that, Mr. Villalobos, I'm looking to you to help announce who's in our hearing room and take him first order received, correct? And I just want to remind everybody that we agreed to do a 3-minute time frame for public comment on having about 21 people.
Yes. So Madam Chair.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. One more thing, David. We know that Commissioner Blau has to leave about 2 o'clock, so we appreciate him coming back for a short period. And at the point he leaves, he'll just remind us, right?
Yeah, and I just want to make a comment about that. There's not much doubt in my mind this is going to be appealed to the board, because every one of these we've seen so far has been appealed to the board. I don't feel particularly guilty about having to leave early. Hopefully, when I get my little back fixed, when I just will stop going through this stuff. But anyway, if there's any consolation,
We'll be back up for our 8-hour meeting.
Huh? Well,
You'll be back up for our 8-hour meeting.
Yeah, eventually. Well, I hope so, because I want you to know I spent 1 hour in the MRM tube. It was pretty miserable. I don't want to do that anymore. Anyway, I'll be leaving at 2 o'clock, but I'm here till then. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Okay, so let's go back to, I'm sorry, Mr. Villalobos, you want to start our public comment?
Madam Chair, I don't want to be disrupt anything, but there are a couple of letters that were late. I'm not sure if you want to consider those prior to our verbal public comment, so anyone who might be affected could perhaps take that into consideration when they speak.
Letters from the public, members of the public, not an applicant team or anything like that, right?
Right. So there were two. One is an email that I submitted to the commission this morning from George Twist, and the second was a letter that I sent to you yesterday from the city of Carpinteria. Both were late.
Okay. How does the commission want to view those two documents? Is there someone who tells us to accept them or not accept them in the record now? Any opinions? Wow. I think I'm on the wrong screen. I am sorry. Commissioner Cooney?
Otherwise, no one's going to make a motion to accept them, so they don't get accepted.
Okay. Well, so I do see Commissioner Cooney's hand up. So if you want to add anything to that, Commissioner Cooney? You're muted. Muted.
I didn't hear what Commissioner Blau said.
Commissioner Blau, you want to repeat that?
Yeah, I just said there was no motion to accept them, so they're not accepted. I mean, for me, I would not vote to accept them anyway, but there's no motion.
Okay.
I've got my hand up because I think it's a matter of courtesy to the city of Carpinteria to accept their letter. A great deal of effort is put into that letter, and it's really a co-jurisdiction with us on the cannabis issues in Carpinteria. So having said that, with regard to the city's letter, I think it would be fair to admit as well the neighbor letter from the neighbor we indicated we were going to get, who has the avocado orchard. So my motion would be to make an exception to our general practice and accept these letters.
Okay, do I see a second? I'll second that. Then, Mr. Villalobos, do you want to do a roll call?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Where's Park? Well, moving on. He's not here. Keep going.
Commissioner Freeney.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Chair Bridley.
Aye.
So that's 3-1. So we would need Commissioner Park to vote yes in order for these to be accepted.
Okay. It has to be a supermajority or something? Okay.
It's a 4/5 vote is required.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for educating me. All right, well, so then as of right now, they're not accepted in the record. So let's proceed. I don't want to take any more time on that. And hopefully Commissioner Park will walk in any minute. So with that, let's start our public comment. And Mr. Villalobos, I look to you to announce our speakers.
All right, Madam Chair, so we have 23 speakers at this time. So we have 6 of them are on the phone. So I think what I'll do is and I apologize for, because the Zoom program sorts these callers by their first name, so I'm not quite sure which order they came in on. So I do apologize for that. And then for our folks who are joining us via phone, I'll get to you last. Just because, and then, so what I'll do is I'll unmute you one at a time, and if you could just state your name for the record before you speak. So we have a couple people who have their hands up, so I'll start with them. The first one is Teddy Kabugos. Can you hear us? Teddy Kabugos, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry. I really apologize about that. I was on mute.
Oh, great. Whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Okay. Hi, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Teddy Kabugos, and I'm calling in today in support of Cindy Van Wingerden and CVW Organic Farms. I've known Cindy since we were kids, as we both grew up on the Mesa in Santa Barbara. Ever since I can remember, Cindy has been an extremely hard worker and loyal friend. I know many of the struggles, hurdles, and difficulties she's faced throughout her life and all of the roadblocks she has overcome just to be able to appear in front of you all today. She has worked tirelessly for everything she has. Nothing has ever been handed to her. She's earned it all through hard work. Cindy is not only a great mother and a great friend, she's selfless, generous, and has always gone out of her way to help others. I have talked in depth with Cindy about her goals and visions to be successful in the future. What always stands out to me is when she speaks of herself being successful, It's being able to help others and give back to the community, whether that's creating educational programs for children or building playgrounds. Her message is always the same. This project will allow her to achieve many of those goals to help her family, her friends, and so many others. Cindy not only is one of the good people in this industry, but she's a good person in our local community, and Santa Barbara should be proud to have her be one of the ones representing us in the cannabis industry. We need to stand by and support our local generational farmers, as this county has been flooded with out-of-towners taking over. And that's all that's going to continue to happen. Our own community is starting to force out our own local farmers and opening up the floodgates for people to come in from out of town and buy our agricultural land at pennies on the dollar. I strongly urge the Planning Commission to deny the appeal and approve Cindy to move forward with her project, her life, and her business. At a time where small businesses and agriculture specifically are suffering more than ever before, we need to figure out creative ways to work together, bridge the divide, and help move this industry forward positively rather than trying to put never-ending roadblocks and costing people their life savings, precious time away from their children and families, and even costing them their land. I'm very excited to see what Cindy accomplishes in the future and to watch her conquer the goals she has set for herself and her family. And please know there are many, many locals in this community cheering her on and supporting her. I just want to thank everyone from the County Planning Commission for allowing me to speak today. Have a great day, everyone, and go Cindy. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Suding.
Mr. Suding?
Mr. Suding, if you could unmute yourself.
David Suding. Chair Bradley and Commissioners, I'm a property owner in the 1st District. I visit Craven's Lane very often. The odor is strong, even with the buyer system on the other properties. And it will likely increase with the subject property and the pending projects to come. Trust me, I'm not opposed to cannabis farming. What's needed is more than just a system to mask the odor. And that's what the buyer system does. What's needed is what's called the ACT, the best available control technology, like a full carbon absorption system with sealed greenhouses. And it was mentioned that the greenhouses can't be sealed. They can be, and they have been done. It's very clear to me that the applicant doesn't want to spend the money for that. But I can see that the existing operation could easily fund a sealed system and a carbon absorption system. There's one other thing that I thought I'd bring up, and that is the problem is the terpenes. I noticed that the sampling gentleman showed no limits, neither NIOSH nor OSHA, for the terpenes. So the question is, what is it? What is that limit? We must find that limit. So to reiterate here, I'd ask you to not grant this permit, to let the appeal go through, or ask the applicant to come back with another permit application with a full carbon absorption system and sealed greenhouses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suding. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Peter Duger. Looks like you're in there twice. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Hello, Chair Bradley, honorable planning commissioners and staff. Thank you for your time and consideration today. My name is Peter Dugray, representing Carp Growers. That's big letters CARP, C-A-R-P, for the Cannabis Association for Responsible Producers. Our farmers group has 12 members, all in Carpinteria Valley, including CBW Organic Farms, which is an active member in good standing. At their current sites, Cindy and David Van Wingerden have demonstrated a commitment to farming with best practices and consideration of neighbors who might have been concerned about the cannabis plant growing near to them. At this point in time, Carp Growers member farms have a track record to point to. They have nearly 5 years of successful farming under their belts. That's 5 years of compliance and earning their place in a community that had some concerns about the reputation and stigma of cannabis that we'd seen over the 100 years before now. It's clear that now that cannabis farmers belong here, just like the farms belonged in Carpinteria when they produced cut flowers and were celebrated for providing hundreds of jobs and economic stability. The main difference now is the farms provide even more jobs and greater economic opportunities. And as a land use matter, switching plants on existing farms would otherwise be no big deal at all. In the case of switching to cannabis, farming operations undergo rigorous inspections in a transparent public process. Part of that is this hearing today. The county had already zoned these properties to farm, and now the county gets to further review any farm property that wants to grow cannabis. The result is improving a whole belt of farms in Carpinteria Valley that were only passively regulated before. Any farm that has gone through this process successfully and has shown a commitment to its investment in the county ordinance and the planning process deserves to be approved. Carp Growers member farms like CBW Organic have turned their individual successes into community successes through a long list of partnerships with the nonprofit and small business community. Farmers executed a plan this spring when the local economy shuttered to order over 1,000 lunches weekly from local restaurants for 2 straight months. It was the only business the restaurants had at the time. Farmers also created the 93013 Fund, which has served over 40,000 meals, and just yesterday distributed 500 school supply kits for public school students lacking basic supplies to study at home. And it's not just writing checks. Farmers like David and Cindy volunteer in the community because it's their home too, and it's worth investing their time and energy in. So in summary, there's a 5-year track record of cannabis farming in Carpinteria Valley. It's a model for what cannabis farming and corporate stewardship should look like anywhere else in the state. We highly recommend that the Planning Commission continues to uphold its side of the bargain by permitting compliant projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGray. Mr. Villalobos, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Gregory Gandridge.
Hello, Chairman Bridley, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Gregory Gandrood. I live and own the property at 1493 Chaparral Drive in Carpinteria. It's adjacent to the Everbloom cannabis grow, which is 15 acres. I'm appearing before you today because I support Dr. Dean's appeal of this project because my neighbors and my family have suffered negative health impacts from cannabis production and from the vapor phase odor control system. The bedroom where my spouse Marlis and I sleep is about 70 feet from the Everbloom grow. For almost 3 years, we have been inhaling the terpenes from the marijuana as well as from the chemicals from the Bayer system. Marlis had seasonal asthma for many years, but over the last 2.5 years, it's become daily asthma. It is not well controlled, even with over $400 per month of prescription medications. He cannot work outside on our property. Activities that were once common, like gardening, is now something that Marlis cannot do. When he leaves the neighborhood, he improves almost immediately. We've had to hire a gardener to perform the tasks that Marlis can no longer do. He experiences frequent headaches. 6 months ago, Marlis had to see our doctor on an emergency basis as he could not breathe, even with all the inhalers he's been using for his asthma. The doctor gave him a steroid injection. Doctor said Marlis' blood pressure was extremely elevated from overuse of the inhalers. So the doctor gave Marlis some pills to lower his blood pressure and some antibiotics and steroid pills. The next day, Marlis spent the day vomiting and weak. If I breathe the air in our backyard at night, sometimes I experience shortness of breath when I lie down on my back in bed. Both of us experience itchy and burning and watery eyes. We're anxious about the long-term effects on our health. We are reluctant to open our windows at night. I suspect that the Bayer system is more to blame for these problems than the terpenes in the marijuana. I suspect the Bayer system produces nanoparticles which can coat the inside of our lungs and mucous membrane. The virus chemicals are being sprayed 24/7 and are accumulating all over our property. When it rains, they're activated and our air quality becomes worse. When the air is very humid, as it has been over the last 10 days, our air quality becomes worse. Although some of the ingredients may not be on the toxic chemicals list, they are nonetheless irritants. For example, if lemon or pine oil surfactant was applied directly to your eyes, it would burn in spite of not being on a list of toxic substances. My understanding
Mr.
is...
Gandry, you're going to need to wrap up, Mr. Gandry. Thank you.
Yes, my understanding is there have been no long-term health tests of any kind, and that the short-term tests were on rats. There's been no analysis of any kind on any of the new compounds that are created when the Bayer's chemicals mix with the cannabis terpenes. There is absolutely no scientific data on long-term human inhalation of the chemicals in the Bayer phase system. But my neighbors, my husband, and I have been the guinea pigs in this horrible experiment, and I can tell you unequivocally that the vapor phase system is extremely dangerous to human health. The Bayer system should not be used anywhere near residences. I'm urging you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gandry. We have to move on. 3.5. Okay, thank you. Mr. Villalobos, our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Ana Carrillo.
Okay. Hello, Chair Bridley and commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm writing to support the appeal by Judy Dean at 1540 Cravens Lane. In Carpinteria Valley, many residents, students, and teachers at the high school still suffer from odors coming from the terpenes of the cannabis plants. The grand jury report points out the willingness of the board to justify subjecting Carpinteria to a condition that affects the health and enjoyment of residents and knew about the quality of life concerns but chose to ignore. When I visited this site at 1540 a couple of weeks ago, the operation next door with the installed Bayer system emitted some terpene odors. I could see the pipes, and all of a sudden we got this tremendous smell. Unfortunately, so much of this vapor phase system depends on wind for the molecules to mix and be captured and be neutralized. It has been said that when there's no wind, the system doesn't work. And of course, when there's too much wind, the odor moves and settles in residences nearby, especially up the hill on Cravens Lane and other residences in the mountain. Okay. Please look carefully at Dr. Judy Dean's comments regarding ingredients that are not listed in databases of toxic inhalants because they have never been tested as inhalants. There is no health data on 2 of the 27 compounds in EcoSorb 107. There are some who are not only experience health issues with the cannabis terpenes, but also seem to be allergic to the ingredients that are in the Bayer's vapor phase system, as Mr. Gandry mentioned. Currently on Cravens Lane, a distance of probably about a quarter of a mile, there are currently 2 operational cultivation sites with 22 state provisional licenses between the 2 sites. These sites also have 2 nursery licenses and 2 processing licenses. In the pipeline are applications for 3 more sites on Cravens Lane with numerous greenhouses. So from Vireal, behind all the different residences, I won't name, there will be a wall of greenhouses equaling almost 19 acres of cannabis cultivation. In Carpinteria, that's a lot of concentration on one very short street. As I have mentioned many times before, sensors are needed to prevent odors and vapor phase odors from leaving the property where cannabis is being cultivated and processed. Relying on neighborhood complaints and the director's nose is not an objective measure. I did attend Dr. Cram's smell test that he had at the courthouse a few weeks ago, so I'm very excited about that prospect. I do think it needs to be monitored 24/7, not just for 7 days, quarterly, 4 times after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Okay, Mr. Villalobos is our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Chelsea Lancaster.
Remember, it's a 3-minute time, everybody, on the public speaking docket.
Ms. Lancaster, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chelsea Lancaster. I'm an educator, mother, and community member who's calling in support of Cindy Van Wingerden. I've also known Cindy for a very long time. We met in high school and became single mothers later on, attended Santa Barbara City College, did a lot of mentorship work with other single mothers of color so they could move their lives forward via education. Cindy has been a strong advocate for those in the margins her entire life. When we worked together at Santa Barbara City College, she always went above and beyond, again, to do two-generation work so that mothers and their children could exist and survive and thrive in Santa Barbara County. Cindy then went on to work at La Casa de la Raza and has done a ton of work, especially around economic development for women of color. I want to echo a lot of Teddy's sentiments to say that we need to make sure that we can create an equitable process for our local residents to be able to do business and do good in our community. The cannabis industry in Santa Barbara County has become a playground for out-of-town, wealthy, white young men, frankly. And I also want to name that what we're seeing happening in Carpinteria and other places is a modern-day version of reefer madness. There's so much evidence to support cannabis. This is medicine for so many of us. You see in this pandemic that the legal local cannabis industry is thriving in terms of storefronts because people need this medicine. So I just wanted to call in support and say, please, please allow Cindy and her family to thrive in Santa Barbara County, in Carpinteria. They are positive contributors to our community, to cannabis. They're responsible and ethical people. And I'm asking you to stand on the right side of this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lancaster. Mr. Villalobos, our next speaker. We're calling now.
Our next speaker will be Jacqueline Inda.
Commissioners, my name is Jacqueline Inda. I am here in support of the CBW project. I am also here to honor and respect the process that your city and your governmental staff have gone through in order to support the recommendations of your staff. As a board member and also Hispanic Chamber member, I'm here representing the smaller businesses in our county, including the Carpinteria area. Our businesses are suffering from inequality and inequity. Right now, you have a business before you that is a small mom and pop, locally grown shop that has done everything they could and everything they need to in order to gain approval and gain the recommendation that your staff has put forward to you. We as the chambers honor and respect this work. We honor and respect the due diligence that your staff has put together and presented to you. And we hope that you will support that recommendation, because this business, along with all of our other small businesses in this community, really deserve the respect and honor that they have gained by doing their due diligence and following all of the recommendations, including other hoops that they've had to go through in order to get to this process now. So with this respect, I want to honor your time. I know this has been quite a long meeting, but I do believe that everyone has the rightful due diligence here, and your staff has really created a report that should be backed by your commission. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos?
Our next speaker will be Mark Shatillo.
Okay. Mr. Shatillo, we've got a 3-minute thing here.
I will begin and start the clock. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Give me a thumbs up that you're hearing me. It looks like you are. Mark Shatillo. I'm addressing you as an individual here as part of my ongoing quest to try and get cannabis right in the county. I want to acknowledge the applicant's willingness to do the testing, to retain Dr. Cram, and to bring him and the community onto the site. These are all very positive and good moves. I don't think we're quite ready for approval for this project. I believe that the odor response protocols require some refinement. Secondly, I believe that your commission should address the EcoSorb contents issue the applicant submitted in Exhibit C. the evidence that confirmed what we've suspected for a long time, that polysorbate 80 is one of the ingredients. A surfactant in small concentration, but polysorbate 80 has never been tested for inhalation. It is a chemical that is known to be able to transmit chemicals, to bind and carry chemicals across the blood-brain barrier. The blood-brain barrier is the filter that prevents pollutants from getting into, or chemicals from getting into, our brains, and it's a critical part of the human defense system. And so I suspected it was polysorbate 80, and now it's been confirmed. It's not a toxic contaminant. It's present in a lot of ice cream and things like that. But to dispense it in the aerosol form for inhalation by the general public is a pathway and a health impact that has not been addressed in the environmental document or in the staff report to date. I think we all in the community share the desire to move away from Ecosorb and odor neutralization as the strategy for controlling odors. The BACT analysis should be a condition of your approvals on an annual basis, and there should be a more careful review of the compounds that are being released into the ambient air, and we are all asking the public to breathe that. And then finally, I believe that based on building upon Dr. Cram's comments and the applicant's offer, that we really need to develop a robust monitoring system and a model of the wind and odor patterns in the Carpinteria area to be able to track the odor associated with this grow, to distinguish it from odor that may be emanating from other grows, so that the public and the regulated community and the county regulators can understand who is responsible for which odors. It won't be absolute, but it'll give very significant evidence to identify which sources need to be addressed. I think these are what we need to do in order to have a comprehensive and sustainable cannabis industry in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shatilla. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Nick Bobroff.
Good afternoon, Chair Bradley and Commissioners. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Nick Bobroff.
Yes.
I'm speaking today on behalf of the City of Carpinteria. I've got a couple comments that I wanted to include or share with you. And I also just wanted to ask, if possible, that now that we have Commissioner Park back, perhaps your commission can revisit the standing motion to accept our late letter into the public record. And I apologize for not getting that in by the Monday night cutoff.
Nick, can you just hold on a second? Let me just consult with County Council about that. Is that okay for us to reconsider that now that we have? Well, actually, now we still have 4 commissioners. They're just different. So, is County Council available?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute. Madam Chair, yes, that's fine to take the motion at any time. You could move again or have a new vote. That's appropriate.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's do that, because I was sort of siding with Commissioner Cooney on that. Commissioner Cooney, do you want to try that motion again to accept the City of Carp's letter submitted late? Commissioner Cooney, can you hear us?
Yeah. I just made a great legal argument for accepting it, but the point is, I think Mr. Bobroff could submit it as he's speaking on the subject. But to make it absolutely clear, I think we should vote to include it at this time.
Madam Chair, I hate to insert myself here, but I believe that Mr. Cooney's original motion included the other additional letter from Mr. Twist as well that we
That's
received
correct.
this morning. So I just want to put that out there in case he wants to include it again.
Commissioner Cooney, do you want to include the second letter that came in late that Mr. Twist won, the neighboring property owner?
I think it's fair to do that, as I believe that letter is favorable to the applicant, and the city's letter isn't necessarily. So yes, the motion is to accept both late letters into the record at this point.
Okay. And is there a second to that motion? I'm on the wrong panel. I'll second it. Let's just move it on. Okay, or let's do a roll call vote on accepting both letters, just so we get that settled before Mr. Bobroff speaks.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
I think I heard Commissioner Cooney say he made a great legal argument why we should accept this. I guess I missed that, but he knows I never listen to other attorneys anyway. Also, I will say that I've always felt a little bit bad in these cannabis hearings. I didn't think that we were actually listening to the city of Carpinteria as much as we should. And I know that in my district, I want to make sure we listen to the various cities. So I want to bend over backwards here to consider their opinions because they represent a lot of people. And also, I've read the letter anyway, so I'm going to vote yes.
All right. Commissioner Farini.
Yes.
I believe Commissioner Blau
Well, me
left.
too. I'm a yes.
And Chair Bridley. So, okay. So motion
Yes.
passes 4-0.
Okay.
Both letters
So
are accepted
now you
into the
know that,
record.
Ms. Barbara. So please proceed. You have 3 minutes anyway.
Chair Bradley, I appreciate it. And again, I apologize for the late submittal there. Anyway, I just wanted to paraphrase what was in our letter for the benefit of everybody else listening. I also wanted to acknowledge David and Cindy Van Wingerden's efforts to date in trying to make a good faith effort to address some of the neighbors' concerns, and also for inviting folks, including the city, out to tour their facility. I do, however, have a couple of comments I want to raise. The first one's what we perceive as being an important CEQA procedural issue, and that is that if you go back to the February 2018 Board of Supervisors resolution and minutes, you'll see that the program EIR was not, in fact, adopted and certified for the Coastal Zoning Ordinance amendments. And nor does the Coastal Commission adopt or certify the EIR. So that means that staff is relying on an uncertified and non-approved EIR for use in the coastal zone to now exempt all these coastal cannabis projects. And that doesn't seem to pass a logic test to us. And so we're again raising this question. We know we've raised it before, and we have yet to receive a satisfactory answer, or any answer for that matter, from county staff on how exactly that works. Moving on more specifically to this project, we appreciate the applicant's efforts to enhance their odor abatement plan. We think the ridge-mounted piping will do a better job than the traditional perimeter-mounted piping. We also support the applicant's plan to implement Dr. Cram or Dr. Cram's monitoring system or another best available technology monitoring program. And we just wanted to ask that condition be clarified to determine who decides what the best available monitoring system is. It's not clarified in the condition right now. It's just stated that the best available technology will be used. We also want to clarify that during that initial 7-day deployment, the monitoring would occur 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in order to capture variations in both weather and in greenhouse operations, whether the vents are open or closed, and how that affects transport of terpenes and of the ecozorb material itself. We'd also like to see what we might call a belt and suspenders approach to odor control, and implement additional precautionary measures where feasible to help address odor control, such as using the vapor phase piping around any other greenhouse building penetration, such as doors or windows. Finally, with respect to the transportation demand management plan, we feel that these plans chronically across many of these cannabis applications have been vague and are largely unenforceable. And we encourage your commission to go back and take a more careful look at these and craft conditions that require these TDMPs to include specific measurable measures with objective criteria for evaluating their effectiveness over time. And if they're not achieving the goals they set out to do, then the applicant should be required to go back and augment or amend their TDMPs to achieve traffic reductions. And with that, I will wrap up my comments unless there's any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogroff. And I'm not seeing any hands raised by other commissioners, so thank you. Let's proceed to the next speaker. we'll do that later. Let's go to the next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Omar Mendoza.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Can you guys hear me there? Perfect.
Yes.
My name is Omar Mendoza. I'm calling in support of Cindy and David Van Wingerden. I'm a former employee of the Van Wingerden family, where I worked at Westland Produce at the age of 14 during my summer vacations. During this time, I performed jobs such as flower cutting and planting, ultimately working my way up to assisting the supervisor in daily activities such as shipping, receiving, and agricultural products. At this age, the Van Wingerden family helped me learn the value of the dollar and responsibility through employment, and through their support and flexibility, they gave me the opportunity to make money while I was in high school, which you can imagine was nice for a teenager. Though they were my employers, the Van Wingerden family were always instilled in me the importance of school and how it could shape my future. Because of these values I learned through hard work and responsibility and the constant support I received at Westland, I felt prepared for my future and was lucky enough to attend a four-year university and pursue my master's in cell molecular biology. During my undergraduate career in San Francisco, the Van Wingerden family even went as far as welcoming me back during my summer vacations, allowing me to visit my family while still having the opportunity to make extra money. It's employers like the CVW farms that not only provide a job for their employees, but also provide an opportunity and nurture growth for their employees. I can proudly speak on the behalf of the CVW farms and how they contribute to the positivity in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Our next speaker.
Madam Chair, it would appear that we have a second Peter Dugray in our wait list. So I know that can happen if people share their invitations. If our speaker could just identify themselves by name, I'll correct the record.
Yeah, hi, this is Tristan Strauss.
Okay.
My apologies there for any confusion.
Our screen says Peter Dugray, but that's okay. I'm glad you told us you're Tristan Strauss. Go ahead, Mr. Strauss.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Honorable Planning Commissioners, staff, thank you for the time and consideration today. My name is Tristan Strauss. I'm the CEO of Headwaters, a leader in the California cannabis industry in both cultivation and distribution. I'm as well the current president of Carp Growers, the local Carpinteria Cannabis Cultivation Association. Carp Growers has established best-in-class management practices, setting the standard for both community engagement as well as cultivation. Cindy and David have proven to be best-in-class operators and leaders in the local community. Together, we were some of the original members of Carp Growers. I feel strongly they are leaders in the industry. Cindy and David have a proven track record in the cut flower industry as well as their successful cannabis business. I worked with both of them at the association level and as operators in the industry. They always work with an unmatched level of professionalism and integrity. They pride themselves in prioritizing their employees' safety and success. I'm always impressed with their community engagement and drive to constantly improve their operational expertise. Since inception, David has successfully integrated his agricultural skills and experience in cut flowers and applied that knowledge to cannabis. They are truly best-in-class operators. I feel confident they will represent the community and the industry in a positive fashion. I urge the Commission to deny the appeal and to grant their organization their permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Renee Van Wingerden.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hello, good afternoon, Planning Commissioner and staff. My name is Renee Van Wingerden. I live in Carpinteria and I own Ocean Breeze Farms, which has farmed greenhouse cut flowers in Carpinteria Valley for nearly 50 years. I'm also the property owner for the Cresco Lab Carpinteria operation. The applicant, David Van Wingerden, is my nephew. I applaud David and Cindy's desire to continue our family's multi-generational tradition of greenhouse farming. The domestic cut flower industry is in decline. And it's only by And it's only by allowing farmers such as David and Cindy to pivot into profitable new crops like cannabis that we will be able to keep these tracts of land in agriculture instead of more housing. David and Cindy are responsible farmers that are well respected in the community. As residents of Carpinteria, they value the agricultural roots of our town and understand the need to continue to act as good neighbors. I'm asking that you deny the appeal, allow the project to move forward, and allow this next generation of farmers to continue farming in Carpinteria. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Renee O'Neill.
What is the chance of that? Two Renees right in a row.
Miss O'Neill, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play my speech. Hopefully it'll work. Let me know. Honorable Commissioners, I commend and support Dr. Dean and all who oppose this and other projects. The County of Santa Barbara continues to fail to protect public health, safety, and welfare of residents from robust cannabis industry development throughout our county. The county continues to fail to uphold county and state regulations and enforce on illicit, non-compliant industry growers that negatively impact our communities, our environment, and traditional ag. Thanks to this county's failure to enforce on corrupt growers in Tepesquay Canyon, my 73-year-old husband was diagnosed with asthma 2 years ago. His doctor told him this is unheard of for someone his age. Now, my husband is limited to the number of hours he can work doing physically demanding projects which are required to maintain our 70-acre ranch. We, the people, will hold the County of Santa Barbara liable for their failure to protect residents, protect the environment, protect traditional ag, protect Tepesquay residents, our water supply, and our very lives. This county has failed to uphold all county ordinances, including the newly adopted ban in the EDRNs, which was supposed to take effect on August 13th. Yesterday, I learned that the county is allowing prohibited growers to operate in our community until December 15th. Who gave this county the right to allow illegal black market industry growers in our community since 2014? Cannabis-related vehicles traffic through our property 53 feet from our front door 251 times in just 13 days, putting our health and our entire community at risk. Illicit growers jeopardize our finite water supply. In 13 days, they pulled 151,400 gallons of water from their unpermitted wells for just one grow site with 3 provisional licenses. This amount will increase over the summer. This represents water used for 3 of 21 provisional licenses operating in Tepesquay Canyon. What is to make us believe that this county will uphold or enforce any laws on cannabis industry moguls that appear not only to be writing the regulations, but directing this county on how to operate? You, our elected officials, are required to represent and protect us. You are responsible for protecting our civil and constitutional rights. We, the people, must hold the County of Santa Barbara liable for their continued failure to uphold the laws of this county, state, and their failing to protect our health, safety, welfare, and our environment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Okay, moving on, our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Robin Leeson. Robin, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, maybe we can come back to Robin. Our next speaker will be Sandra Whale. Sandra Whale is, if you can hear us. Oh, great.
Okay, am I on?
You're on.
All right. The reason I think that we should uphold this appeal, in listening to the various speakers and having followed this for 3 years and attending many of the supervisor meetings and many of your meetings, we need to have much further investigation on the impacts of our community. I live in the Carpinteria Valley, and as I have said many times to the various supervisors and to those of you that were at the commission, it's the quantity and the proximity of these various grower operations. There is a point where we, the public, as you look at the grand jury report, we were not consulted. All of this was set up without public knowledge. And what has happened is we have way too many operations in this Carpinteria Valley. We need to be very aware of the impacts, as have been said by other people that have come forward to uphold this appeal. This can't just keep happening. You are ruining the quality of our environment. We are putting up with bad air, bad smells. And when I have driven past on Casitas Pass, the smell has never stopped. I have complained many times, and I was told by Doss Williams, he seemed like he was surprised. And I said, Doss, it is happening. And I also received in writing the fact that nothing could be done until these growers came back for the next permit. So I am asking you to continue and not continue this particular project. We need a wholesale look at what's going on. We also need to know the value of the grand jury report and let the legal system work forward with that. Thank you very much.
So before we move on to our speakers who are joining us via phone, perhaps we could try Robin Leeson again. Robin, can you hear us? All right, let's move on. So we have a total of 7 speakers who are joining us by phone. This will be a little tricky because it doesn't display their name. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute everyone, and then if we could just have just take turns stating your name for the record, and then we'll just allow you to speak for 3 minutes. So are any of our speakers joining us by phone? Can you hear us? Caller 6.
Yes, David Jones.
David Jones, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is David Jones. I'm a commercial fisherman. I'm writing this letter about CVW Organic Farms in regard to my visit at the farm. It's been a long journey for my family and I. My stepdaughter at age 9 was diagnosed with a rare Crohn's disease that attacked her large and small intestine and her colon. For the last 11 years, we have tried and exhausted all modern-day medicine and looked heavily into cannabis. Cedars Sinai Hospital has been monitoring her this whole time. Nothing has seemed to work for her. Sorry. With modern-day medicine. She has had 2 ileostomy surgeries and today is still wearing a ileostomy bag. Cannabis was a lifesaver at one point in her life. She was able to eat food and was able to control her pain while eating the food. She was smoking it, eating it, and we also had made suppositories for her. At one point in her life, she went into remission. Seeing it with my own eyes, what cannabis did for her changed my whole view on cannabis. So when I was invited to visit David and Cindy Van Wingerden's farm, I was able to share my story with them and thank them for all their hard work and reassure them that cannabis does help sick people. I remember the day I drove up to their farm. I was so excited, but now embarrassed to say, as being a local Carpinterian, that I had no idea they were right across the street from a bunch of my friends' houses in Sandpiper. I've spent so many years swimming, barbecuing, playing tennis there, and I didn't even notice there was a farm across the street from us. So as I walk up to the farm, I share this with David and tell him whatever he is doing, keep doing it, because I never even knew you were here. Carpinteria is very small, local. We are all pretty tight-knit here. I asked around in Sandpiper what they think about David and Cindy and having a farm across the street from them. A lot of my friends, same thing, didn't even know they were there. And some said they helped upgrade their mobile homes in the park, giving them new windows so that they wouldn't have to hear the construction that was going on across the street. I am proud to say that I know David and Cindy Van Wingerden now. They are the Gucci of cannabis world, and other farms should follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That was good. The Gucci of cannabis farms. I like that. Our next caller.
Madam Chair, our remainder of our speakers are joining us via phone. So if any of our speakers joining us via phone can unmute themselves and introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Could you introduce yourself for the record, and then you can go ahead and give, excuse me, give your comments.
Hello, this is Dan McClamrock, Madam Chair and Commission members. Thank you for letting me call today on behalf of David and Cindy Van Wingerden. I've known David and Cindy personally since 2007 and worked with them professionally between 2008 and 2019 as their loan relationship manager at Farm Credit West in Carpinteria. I also served on the board of the Santa Barbara Flower Nursery Grower Association with David and witnessed his participation as various officers of the California Cut Flower Association. David and Cindy are high-quality individuals with good character. They believe in local family farming operations built on hard work, integrity, and strategic planning. These characteristics were a significant part of our past loan approvals at Farm Credit West. They exhibited the willingness to repay and performed on as-agreed monthly payments. Over the years, I've witnessed David and Cindy successfully transition through milestones in their personal and professional lives. I'm impressed with the determination of Cindy as she earned her real estate license and re-entered the workplace after raising 3 amazing children. And I worked directly with David on financing solutions as the challenges of the cut flower industry required him and his family operations to shift between flower products, hydroponic growing systems, mass market bouquet production, and eventually leafy green produce to remain competitive and viable. David and Cindy successfully managed change and adversity with good character, concern for their family, employees, and community. I'm grateful to have them in my life, and I believe Carpinteria is a better community, their presence and participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCameron. Sorry, I hope I got that right.
Madam Chair, I believe I see another caller with who's unmuted themselves. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you can go ahead and then start your comments.
This is Lynn Ransom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I live in a condo development immediately south of the Van Wingerden farm, and we share a property line, so I'm a close neighbor. I have lived here for 21 years. My second story unit faces the Van Wingerden property, and weather permitting, I leave the windows open most days and nights. I consider myself a reliable historian on the subject of cannabis odor at this location. Odor has not been a problem for me. I rarely smell cannabis, and when I do, it is very subtle. It lasts about 5 minutes before it dissipates. It is not offensive. This occurs about 1 to 3 times per month. Several mornings a week, at first light, I walk 5 miles along Cravens Lane, west onto Foothill to Nidaver, and through some cul-de-sac streets in the foothills. I do not smell cannabis while walking. I have not had sore throats or other respiratory problems. Since the establishment of cannabis farms along Cravens and Foothill, there has been a significant decline in traffic. I see and hear fewer larger refrigerated transport trucks. That area has quieted down significantly, and there have been landscape improvements. All things considered, my experience with the cannabis industry has been positive. I have spoken with David Van Wingerden on a few occasions, and he graciously answered all of my questions. He has been a good neighbor, and I feel confident that he will be easy to work with if there are neighborhood concerns in the future. In closing, I do not smoke cannabis, but I did support legalization. I urge you to deny the appraisal or the appeal. Thank you.
Ms. Ransom, can you hold on a second? No, so what is your street address? You're on the south side of this case?
I live in Franciscan Village, a condo with 142 units, and I have heard no complaints about odors from all my neighbors, and I've been here 21 years.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Madam Chair, we still have 5 speakers joining us via telephone. So if any of you would like to speak, you just need to unmute yourself. So if you're joining us, calling into the meeting via telephone, and you want to speak, all 5 of our remaining speakers joining us by phone have themselves muted, and perhaps they just want to listen to the hearing. But if you want to speak, you need to unmute yourself. Now's the time. I see one speaker. Can you hear us?
This is Dan McClamrock again. You might want to tell them to hit *6 on their phone to unmute them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. If any of our speakers heard that, if you could try hitting *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Angelica Bautista. I am a current employee here with CVW Organic Farms. I am part of CVW Organic Farms as an HR generalist. I was given the opportunity to work with such great employers, which CVW Organic Farms, which with David and Cindy Van Wingerden. They provided me with the opportunity to improve my experience as a human resources generalist. Previously, I have worked in the HR medical field for about 3 prior years before working here. I have gained valuable insight into the cannabis industry over the past year. The CVW Organic Farms owners are very proactive and driven business professionals. CVW Organic Farms is a high-quality company, provides the best for its employees. They recognize employee accomplishments by providing incentives and great benefits. They promote employee health and well-being in the workplace. I think it's great as it can improve overall employee engagement and productivity. They understand the importance of work-life balance. For example, if you work for CVW Organic Farms, you only work Monday through Friday. As the owners know how important it is time spent with family. The owners are very hands-on and are in constant communication with the employees, which is rarely seen within other companies. Please take into consideration all that was mentioned regarding CVW Organic Farms, as it's been a pleasure currently working for them. I feel confident in their ability to meet any requirements and exceed your expectations. It is why I am in full support of CBW Organic Farms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're still in that same position. We have 3 speakers who are joining us via phone. As our previous speaker had suggested, if you could hit *6 to unmute yourself. Just a reminder for those of us who are joining us, if you are listening to the hearing in the background, if you could turn that off.
Buenas tardes. Soy Gil Mendoza. Yo inicié en el 1979 con el señor Jerry Van Wingarden, ahora con su hijo David Van Wingarden, por los últimos 6 años. Yo estoy muy contento porque han valorado mi trabajo, al igual que me han ayudado en situaciones personales, como el pago inicial de mi casa sin cobrarme intereses. Con lo que me pagan de ingresos he podido proveer por mi familia y aportar a la educación universitaria de mis hijos, gracias a que siempre tengo trabajo. Gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias. I'm sure what his name was, but tried.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if we want to give another one last shot, but we do have 2 additional speakers who are joining us via phone. So if you're at home listening and you want to speak and you're joining us via phone, if you could hit *6 to unmute yourself, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Valenzuela, and I've been employed with CBW Organic Farms for a little over a year and a half, and I'm very pleased to inform my experience throughout this year with CBW Organic. I got hired as an office assistant, and after 3 months, I got promoted to HR assistant. It's great, the pay, and it's been challenging because I did not know anything about agriculture, but with the patience and help with Cindy and David Van Wingerden, I've been learning so much and keep on learning. I am grateful to be working with them because they help me grow professionally and hopefully keep on growing. And I love working here. Thank you. Can I hang up? I hang up.
All right, so we do have one last speaker. If you could hit *6 to unmute yourself. Madam Chair, I would just suggest moving on. We could try Robin Leeson again if you'd like.
One last time, and then we gotta just move on.
All right, so Robin Leeson, I can see you are joining us. If you could unmute yourself. Madam Chair, I don't see any movement there.
Okay, well, we honestly tried, and caller 7 is not okay. Okay, so I think that actually concludes our public comment period. Do we want to take a quick break for staff or anybody else, or do we want to go straight into? Actually, we have a chance for the appellant rebuttal and the applicant rebuttal. I think I'm inclined to go to the appellant rebuttal now. And Dr. Dean, David tracked that you had. I wrote it down and I forgot. You have how many minutes?
7
do you have
minutes.
left?
7.
7 minutes. 7 minutes. So, Dr. Dean, are you with us?
Yes, but I'm not sure that the applicants had any time left. I think they used their 25 minutes.
I didn't offer that to the Dr. Dean. I didn't offer that
And
to the
can we
applicant.
start
I'm
my
offering it to
slides
you.
again?
We're bringing those up now.
Okay. So now that you've heard from Dr. Cram, next slide, please. I hope he's convinced you that the best available technology has changed. Best available monitoring and enforcement have also changed. We have to do better, and I applaud the applicants for their initiative in embracing new technology to start addressing these problems. But what they have done so far is really just a starting point to what is needed to protect public health. It's the bare minimum needed to minimize EcoSorb usage and objectively contain emissions to start keeping them from spreading into adjacent neighborhoods. Vapor phase technology can be applied inside greenhouses instead of being sprayed open air. The county could require sealed greenhouses with solar energy.
Frozen. We're completely frozen. What happened here? I'm texting and trying to figure it out. Well, Secretary Wilson's advising that we give the applicant just a couple of quick minutes. Can you do it in 2 minutes, Ms. Steinfeld, and then we'll come back to Dr. Dean, I guess?
Chair Bradley, Madam Chair, I don't.
Where are you? Where are you, Jeff? Secretary Wilson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know where I'm at, but somewhere in the ether. I recommend if there's technicality issues, we take a break and work that. My recommendation is that we do give the applicants at least 2 minutes to rebut any comments that were presented.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So you want, yeah, maybe just take 5 minutes. I think it's the technical issue. All right.
Madam Chair, we're back on the air. I see Dr. Dean has rejoined us. Dr. Dean, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed?
Madam Chair is muted.
Laura, you're muted. Still muted.
There we go. Is that better?
You mean with the button pushed? Yeah. You're gone again.
How about that?
Okay.
Can anyone hear me? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I have to go tell my gardener not to use the leaf blower. So I'm listening, Dr. Dean. Just go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I lost the internet there for a minute. Can we go back to the slides? The applicants are anxious. Next slide, please. To show themselves as good citizens, and I personally like them and respect them. That's not the right slide. Next slide, please. Let's go forward another one. There we go. But what they have done so far is only the bare minimum to begin protecting the health of residents. They would like you to view this project separately, but it should be pointed out that they are already running a cannabis operation next door to the project, and that's where the testing actually was done, not on this property. Because they have friends or employees in adjacent neighborhoods to support them does not mean that this operation should be approved. What this county government wants to do is to introduce industrial scale cannabis cultivation on a massive basis into residential neighborhoods. The resulting emissions have barely been studied for worker safety, much less for community safety. I don't know if you can see this, but this is a review of NIOSH cannabis-related health hazards. It's from August 2020, and I will just quote a little bit from it. Terpenes are a class of VOCs that have a distinct odor and give cannabis its characteristic smell. However, little is known about occupational exposure to terpenes and possible health effects. End quote. Should also keep in mind that NIOSH and OSHA standards, they establish standards primarily for workers, assumed to be adults, exposed roughly 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Not 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, like community residents. Most jurisdictions where cannabis has been cultivated on an industrial scale do not have our mild climate. In places like Canada and Colorado, sealed greenhouses are common. It is not an absurd idea, as Mr. Baez asserts. He is correct, though, that Ecosorb-like products have been in use for years, but they are generally applied to landfills and garbage dumps, not in neighborhoods. I would respectively remind the commissioners that asbestos, lead paint, DDT, and plenty of other substances were put into wide use before being proven safe with disastrous results. Asking cannabis cultivators to confine their emissions to their property sites is not unreasonable. Next slide. It is wrong to impose health risks on residents without proper safety measures in place. We should not have to prove we are being harmed. The cannabis industry should prove what they are doing is safe. Cannabis projects should at the very least confine their volatile emissions to their own properties. County government will have to get involved in assuring objective measurement and monitoring of the emissions generated by cannabis production in order to protect public health. Cannabis cultivation has been a divisive process in Carpinteria, not least because many people are afraid to speak out against it. Cannabis growers are either their landlord, their customers, their employer, their spouse's employer, or in some other way holding sway over a large swath of the population. Planning Commission should do the right thing and protect the health of residents. I thank you for your time and your attention. This is a very complicated issue. Dr. Cram has just scratched the surface of what's possible to do. It's interesting, he has demonstrated that cannabis odors can be detected down at the part per billion level. So there may be some people who don't smell it, but believe me, I do, and I think most people do. I have driven up Cravens Lane when the smell was so strong, it almost was choking. All the way up Cravens Lane from Villa Real to Foothill. So it's clear to me that something has to be done to solve this problem. There is new technology that we can incorporate, and we should do that. We should not approve this project prematurely, right on the threshold of having the tools we need to protect public health. Thank you. I would be happy to take any questions anyone has.
Madam Chair, you're on mute again.
Hi. I'm not seeing anyone's hand raised from the commission, Dr. Dean, so I think you can consider that finished. And I am so spacing out. Did we actually have the applicant do any rebuttal? We were going to give them just a minute or so.
Madam Chair, we have not. I recommend we give the applicants like 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Kind of under protest, but okay.
Thank you. We'll be quick. First, the PIR did address the health impacts of both VOCs and Ecozorb. I want to point you to Appendix F of the PEIR in Chapter 3.3, Section 2.2. Second, to address the City of Carp's concerns, the odor monitoring, the VOC monitoring will be continuous, 24/7 a day, 24/7 for the first 7 days of the audit period. In addition, all data will be made available to the county, and so this will be fully transparent. Third, with regards to odor control in the nursery, we don't believe it's needed, but to address Dr. Dean's concerns, we propose, in response to the county, the carbon filters in the nursery so that we could avoid the use of Ecozorb near Cravens Lane. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Afton.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to just quickly address the issue brought up earlier by Mr. Spillo regarding polysorbate 80. There is a significant fact missing in that argument. Our system upon which we have a patent relies on heat and another technology to vaporize the neutralizer. That means simply transitioning it from its liquid state to its vapor state, and which is a form of volatilization. Polysorbate 80 has a vapor pressure of approximately 700 degrees Celsius. Our system runs at 95 degrees. That is a 50-mile wide difference in terms of our ability to put it into a vapor state. So the fact is, it does not volatilize. It does not leave the evaporation chamber. There's simply no truth to anything about this surfactant leaving even the evaporation tank, much less getting into the atmosphere.
Thank you. I think that's your time, and I'm not seeing any hand raised by a commissioner, but one last question. No. Okay. Okay. Thank you, applicants. So that brings us back to the Planning Commission at this point, completely closing the public hearing again and going to commission questions and actually deliberations. I'm not sure that we have any more questions, but maybe of staff.
Madam Chair, commissioners, if it's okay with the Madam Chair, I believe Commissioner Park asked a question prior to our break. And I think staff has a response to that question for Commissioner Park. I think staff had some follow-up comments in regards to the presentations today that they could present and prepare the commission for deliberation.
Okay, that's great. Let's go to staff then.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Chair,
Chair Bradley and Commissioners, one of the questions that Commissioner Park had brought up before we went on break and went into public comment was whether the programmatic EIR prepared for the cannabis program addressed vapor phase systems and EcoZorb. So during our break, we were able to confer with the Deputy Director of Long Range and take a look at the PEIR, and we're able to confirm that the programmatic EIR evaluated all forms of odor control systems and specifically vapor phase systems such as EcoZorb. The evaluation of health effects from these vapor phase systems were considered and no health effects were identified. The county additionally consulted with the Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District and found that there are no adverse health effects identified. Since that time, all the information we've gained suggests that there are still no adverse health effects from the use of EcoZorb. Additionally, I'd like to take this opportunity to also just note that as part of the coastal zoning ordinance and our inland ordinance, there's additional language added under the vapor phase systems, including that the odors must be neutralizing and not masking. The technology must not be utilized in excessive amounts to produce a differing scent, such as pine or citrus. And the use of these systems must have supporting documentation which meets the US EPA's acute exposure guideline levels or a similar public threshold. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Perini? I'm sorry, Secretary Wilson, did you want to jump in? Was there something more?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there was a question that was presented, and if the commission would like staff to address it, they can. It has come up before in other meetings in regards to the city of Carp and their questions on the PEIR, and I believe staff has a response to that, and we may ask if Council Richardson would want to add to any of our responses on that as well.
Okay, but Secretary Wilson, I made a mistake because Commissioner Park asked the question that Ms. Lair just responded to. So, Commissioner Park, did you want to pursue that a little bit longer, or were you okay with Ms. Lair's explanation?
I heard the answer, and I was going to move on to another question of staff, which happens to be exactly what Mr. Wilson just referred to. I was going to ask.
Okay, well, let's go to that.
That argument that it's a non-certified EIR. Yeah.
Right. Let's turn back to staff. So, Secretary Wilson, can you?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, if I may. The programmatic EIR evaluated the impacts of cannabis projects that would result from the program, including those related or those in the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission included the EIR when they were conducting their version of a CEQA equivalent analysis as part of their review of our local coastal plan amendment for certification. So when they adopted our amendment, it is based in part on their findings as well as the information provided in the programmatic EIR. Also, when we take action on cannabis entitlement applications, we do make both CEQA and coastal plan consistency findings. So our goal is to identify that we are utilizing the programmatic EIR as well as the Coastal Commission's evaluation of these amendments.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I concur with everything Ms. Lair said. I just wanted to add that the EIR is certified and certification is not limited to particular purposes or particular types of projects. So it's a certified document. And as Ms. Lair said, we rely on that as well as the checklist and local coastal plan findings and policies.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
I understand that, but the argument that I keep hearing, and I'm not sure that it's really answered by all this, is that what if the Coastal Commission didn't adopt findings under CEQA for their action of the LCP approval, then how is that truly valid? Is staff confident that the Coastal Commission doesn't make CEQA findings when they do LCP amendments?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I didn't want to jump over. I'm not sure if planning was going to answer, but I was just going to clarify that the Coastal Commission has a certified regulatory program, so they have a slightly different process than we do. I'm not sure if they adopt specific CEQA findings, but they follow their own process that has been approved by the state. It's a little bit different than ours.
And to add on to what Ms. Richardson just mentioned, as part of the California Coastal Commission's adoption of these amendments, not only did they make the statement that they found that they are required to when analyzing this, but they did also reference the county's programmatic EIR when it comes to environmental impacts and the extent of mitigation.
Okay. Commissioner Perini?
Okay, I'm still not clear. I thought the city of Carpinteria was saying that the Board of Supervisors did not adopt the cannabis PEIR for the Carpinteria Ag Overlay area. I thought that's the way I read the letter, that our own board didn't adopt it for that. Does staff have some comment on that?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, so that is the city's argument. I believe the board did certify the EIR for the coastal zone. They specifically relied on an exemption related to the Coastal Commission's approval process, but the EIR is certified and we can use it in the coastal zone. And sort of to cover our bases, we also rely on some of the Coastal Commission findings and policies and the checklist to support that action. But ultimately, it's up to the Planning Commission whether or not you agree with that or if you think something additional is necessary.
Thank you, Jenna.
Okay, so I think that brings it back to, are there any other questions from the Commission of staff before we proceed to deliberations?
Madam Chair?
Director Plowman, there you are. Yes, do you want to add something?
I just wanted to, as you're beginning your deliberations, just to remind the commission that this is a coastal development permit and not a conditional use permit. And so the analysis really has more to do with whether or not the project meets the standards that are in our code, which is how staff came to its conclusion. And so I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Crazy. Yes, okay, so we're going to deliberations. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to clarify one point. We were cited to the conditions of approval and the modification to condition number 11 as to monitoring that changes were made. And my question touches on what Ms. Plowman just said with respect to the latitude the commission has with regard to approval or not of this conditional or this coastal development permit. These conditions are put in front of us, and my question is, if we were to adopt these conditions of approval or amend them in some way, would we be going beyond the limitations of the coastal development permit as opposed to a conditional use permit?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cooney, It really depends on what conditions you're intending to amend or how you amend them or what you're intending to add. As we have said in the past, there can be conditions added or included to ensure consistency with the code or ensure consistency with policy. And so we would just want to try and tie any conditions to that, or to those two parameters.
Well, more specifically, my concern is with the effectiveness of the monitoring conditions. As was discussed earlier in this hearing, in a prior project, the only one we've agreed to issue a permit for, we had considerable monitoring conditions that had to do with the director's approval at the time that the permit is issued. And I need to be comfortable that those conditions apply here as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cooney, we can apply those conditions, and I believe they are already included in this document. And I think Ms. Lair referenced which condition it was, but that is a work guarantee that the project conforms to the standards in the ordinance. So Ms. Lair, can you remind us of which condition the monitoring is included in?
Yes, Chair and Commissioners. So condition number 11, the odor abatement plan condition under monitoring, includes the same language that was previously discussed and created under the GNK project. And this includes upon the installation of the system, it includes quarterly monitoring for 1 year thereafter, and then for each year thereafter, and permit compliance shall be inspecting the odor control system to assess its compliance with the requirements of the condition, as well as our ordinance.
Madam Chair, add one. I'd like to share with the Commission that we have been meeting with Mr. Cram to talk to him about the technology that he has available and how the county might utilize it in assessing the efficacy of these odor control systems. And so I was pleased to see that he was part of this hearing and could explain that technology to you and how it can be measured, or how the odor abatement system is performing. And I know he's been working out there with different growers, working to make sure that their systems are performing, and if they're not, why and what can be done about it. So I imagine that the relationship with Mr. Cram and the county is going to continue to be developed so that we have something that's reliable in assessing the systems.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, and Commissioner Cooney, if I could provide some additional information that Dr. Plowman didn't.
Please.
As permit compliance has been working on that prior permit that we're referring to, the department is in discussion and negotiations with a firm to bring on a certified industrial hygienist to implement this condition for these monitoring. So that's in the works right now, and it's taken us a little bit of time to identify someone qualified to work, but we're in negotiations right now to actually initiate this on the prior project that this condition was applied to.
Okay. Thank you. I see Commissioner Cooney's hand is still up, but also Commissioner Park. So Commissioner Cooney, did we interrupt you, or did you have other comments?
I know you didn't intend to interrupt, but there's been a lot of discussion of the monitoring phase, which is so critical, not only for this project, but for the other 4 projects on Cravens Lane and those throughout the Carpinteria area. So I want to be clear that whether a project is utilizing the latest available technology or not is a county decision, not a decision by the applicant in each case, according to what they might read in Popular Mechanics or someplace else. I think it's going to be absolutely critical to have qualified people reviewing the technology as it's put in place. And I think the bones of that requirement are in these conditions. But I did appreciate hearing from our planning and development director that we're working to make that process a county-owned process. Okay.
Is that
I'll lower my
okay?
hand to allow Commissioner Park.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park, I see you had your hand up.
Yes, and I wanted to hear more from Commissioner Cooney in general, where he's going with this before I have my more general comments. But I wanted to address specifically what he just brought up, because I believe exactly as he does in the importance of that language. But I want to assure him that it's there now for a reason that's accepted by the applicant, because to reiterate what I said earlier, I did not see that language in the conditions of approval proposed in the original staff report, which surprised me because I thought it was sort of universal language that we thought would be wise for every project in the Carpinteria Valley when we adopted it for the GNK thing. And you may think I'm facetious calling it the Cooney condition, but I am, because Mr. Cooney brought it up then and very carefully crafted it. And I expected to see in all these projects. I didn't see it in that one. I brought it to the attention of counsel for the applicant, and counsel for the applicant took the initiative of contacting planning and development and making sure it was in there. So if that's not an estoppel argument, Mr. Cooney, what is? But also, it's probably even in the project description at this point. I don't know, but it's there for good reason, and I think it's somewhat unassailable at this point because of the path it took to get there. I hope that assures you.
And Madam Chair, just to Commissioner Park, that condition should be on every project in Carpinteria. And it will be.
Okay. Go team, go director. Okay, Commissioner Cooney, let's turn back to you. I see your hand is up, and I do have a couple comments, but I don't know if you're close to being able to make a motion one way or the other, or are you looking for more feedback?
Madam Chair, I'm really just started in terms of my general comments, after which I would very much appreciate all of my fellow commissioners adding.
Why don't you proceed? Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Why don't you proceed?
So, just these are the observations. As I declared at the beginning of the hearing, I met with Dr. Dean in my office at least a year ago, and she made a presentation not unlike the one she made today. I have great respect for her knowledge and her ability to assess the information that we've been provided as a commission. She is highly qualified. She points out that she was a cancer doctor, but to me, she's an authority on health concerns, and I do appreciate her participation throughout. Here it is a year later, and she's added to her comments, and frankly, I'm not prepared to ignore her comments and indicate that we can assure the public that just because the environmental impact report assessed health risks that we feel they aren't an issue. They are an issue. They will be an issue. We can only hope that that the health effects of not only the cannabis growing throughout the Carpinteria Valley, but also the cure the industry is applying here, the EcoSorb, is not making the problem worse. But the question before us is, do we put all our projects here on hold and stop everything until we do the testing necessary to come to the conclusion that the products and the ingredients in EcoSorb are all safe for all people? I just think we don't have that luxury any more than the Center for Disease Control has the luxury to thoroughly test any kind of antidote to the coronavirus. We have to go forward, put a permittee out there, test the validity of their meeting the condition, the important condition that the odor from their cannabis will not go into residential areas. If they don't do it, they'll be back out of business, having spent a great deal of money in the attempt. I believe I'm close to making a motion to support this particular application, not just on its own merits, but this is the kind of advancement made by an applicant that I would like to lead the industry in Carpinteria to adopting for their projects. I think it'll be very difficult if we come to real significant conditional improvement of the cannabis odor getting off site. With this project, we're going to require the same technology of every single project throughout the valley, certainly along Cravens. And we'll have a real chance at making an improvement to the general health and mood of all of the citizens who've been living there without cannabis in their backyard. A final comment, I think it's all very well to say that, we shouldn't have to endure another industry like this that impairs our quality of life. But the fact is, it's there. Our Board of Supervisors has mandated that these former flower growers are able to grow cannabis in and amongst cheek and jowl next to people who have been living quietly and successfully in Carpinteria for generations. We don't get to choose that. We only get to observe that this operation is so far head and shoulders above other applications that we've seen both in North and South County. And so I think we'd better think about encouraging a permit to be issued and tested for this applicant. They have one right next door, as Dr. Dean pointed out, in the same family, and they don't have a permit. They're going to be asking for a permit, I think, in October, and I'm sure the same conditions at a minimum will apply to that project. Thank you. You're muted, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Commissioner Park.
Okay, I'm going to sort of echo Commissioner Cooney's comments, but I'll put it in my own words, which I can't avoid anyway. For me, the big issue here is how do we protect 21,000 people in the Carpinteria Valley, okay, with the resources we have at hand here at the Planning Commission. with respect to these odor control issues. But before I touch that, I want to make a general comment about agriculture here in Carpinteria Valley. This is a family that's been involved in agriculture since the early 70s there. David Van Wingerden, who's your applicant and who has the lease to do this project, he's been doing this since he was born. They've tried just about everything there. Flowers, the vegetables. It's not working. The crop of the day that will work for them to stay in business is cannabis. They're an adaptable crew. Agriculture people are. They'll go to crops that are going to work for them. And it may be in 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, cannabis is a bust, and there'll be some other project. But if we try to shut down every project like this and say it's not good for the valley, there's a danger, there's a consequence that you break the chain, you break the bridge that they have to whatever agriculture there's going to be there in 5, 10, 15 years, and it's out of agriculture. So what happens if it's out of agriculture? Well, I don't think we're going to see people ripping up concrete at these greenhouse facilities to plant avocados. But I know what the state of California is going to do because it's pushing so hard for housing. The state of California, my prediction, if we don't keep these things in greenhouses, is going to tell the county of Santa Barbara that this has to be rezoned as housing. And we have to face that. So I am not prepared in general to deny these projects, but I want to focus as much as possible on what's effective odor control. If we were starting from scratch, okay, and if we had the authority at the Planning Commission, I would want to require very extensive testing to make sure that what was going to happen was safe for everybody. I'm kind of embarrassed to be in this position where we haven't done that. But what I think we've got to do is get the best deal that we can, given where we are. This project is a real advancement in odor control, both with the kind of redundant systems, the Bayer system and charcoal filtration, and also with the testing. I'd like to see an adaptive management plan. We have an adaptive management plan with what I'm calling the CUNY condition. I think that's really important. It allows us to revisit this stuff and see if this is working, and if it's not working, find something better. I think an example of why that's important is I really don't understand why we have a hybrid system here, that we have charcoal filtration and vapor phase, and the charcoal filtration's in the nursery instead of the flowering. That seems backwards to me. To me, it would seem to make sense to have charcoal filtration in all three areas and maybe dispense with the vapor phase. Because I kind of joined Mr. Gandrid's suspicion that maybe the cure here is worse than what it's trying to cure, that is the vapor phase is. I think I would join Mr. Cooney in approving the project under these circumstances. One more thing is, my gosh, Mr. Cram's information is so valuable for us. Can we not somehow, either folks in the industry or the county or somewhere, scrape together the hundreds of thousands of dollars it would to keep that system in operation for not 7 days, but for years, wherever it's needed, and learn what we need to learn? My goodness, we've got 21,000 people and their health at stake. Can't we find the money to do this right? End of sermon.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Farini.
Yeah, good sermon there, Commissioner Park, and a great explanation, Commissioner Cooney. All I can say is we're dealing with unintended consequences, which they seem to be saying that quite a bit lately, but we are in that situation with the way that the cannabis ordinance has been presented to us, and we've tried many different ways to change it, and we just have to deal with what we have here. I think I would echo Van Wingerden's have done an excellent job here on trying to go above and beyond and to bring more information to light for all the public to see. And I think that ultimately will help everyone in Carpinteria. I think the applicant has made appellant has made a very strong case and a very compelling one. The problem I have with this appeal is I don't see a way to back the appeal. So it goes back to the good faith of the applicant, and that's really the best support I could give the appellant is that I think you have one of the best applicants there are, and I think they will do a superior job. So I'm ready to move forward when Commissioner Cooney's ready to make his motion.
Okay, well, I'd like to say something too. So, Commissioner Cooney, can you hang on for one more round of input?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't realize my hand was even up. Sorry.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Well, thank you. So as people know, I struggle with these cannabis cases. I struggle with them on a land use basis, and we've been given a paradigm by the Board of Supervisors and that programmatic EIR that I don't concur with, but I'm told over and over that we have to obey it. So I'm doing the best I can between two conflicting opinions in my own head. So I unfortunately fall to things that are intuitive, which is not really what you want a planning commissioner to do sometimes, but intuitively, I completely concur with what Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park said. This is a legacy family in the Carpinteria Valley. I am very impressed with everybody that I've talked to, including folks that didn't write in or didn't email us in. I have at least 3 people that I know from the Polo Club that have really good things to say about the family ingredients and this operation. So that helps me get over the hump I have about not falling in with all of the arguments that Dr. Dean made, because those do concern me. However, I think staff also did a very good job in the report to remind us that of the issues that are brought up by the appellant, a lot of those are, again, not in our jurisdiction. When you have ABCD or environmental health or other expert departments within the county telling us there's nothing for us to grab onto to do something differently, and then you have a directive from the Board of Supervisors and an environmental document, I do believe, especially with the land use and coastal development permits, that our options are limited. So all that said, I'm inclined to support the case and not support the appeal. However, I just want everybody to understand that doesn't mean I would do the same thing for the project right next door, because my biggest concern is the concentration of them in Carpinteria. And that's obviously what is the biggest concern for a lot of people that live in Carpinteria. Now, when we looked at the pending project list, there's a whole batch of them on Cravens Lane. Well, like my other commissioners have said, this applicant and this science and this assessment and analysis, this is the one that should be given the test run. This is the one that we should go out and we can see how they do. I don't know that I would feel the same way about someone who just, pulled into town 2 years ago and tried to lease the place and is going to do their own thing without having been part of the fabric here already. So with all that said, I just had to get it off my chest. And the other one thing, and I'm not sure if this is more directed at staff, but I think I would appeal also to the applicant in this situation, that the traffic management plans that we see on these cases are very, very weak, in my opinion. I mean, you've got your parking spaces, but especially this applicant could do things that are creative, like carpooling programs or a van pull at some point, because they are so employee oriented. And as much as, even when I did my site visit, I had to park next door because parking is more limited on this site. So I know one of the mitigation measures from the programmatic EIR was that all these cases have traffic management plans or TDM plans or TSM plans or whatever they're called this decade. But they need to be a little more thoughtful, and they need to be a little more aggressive, because when you have, bump ups in your staffing and you only have 10 spaces and there's no place to park on Cravens, then, that's a problem. So I would just encourage these applicants to try to think a little bit more outside the box on that. And I'd encourage staff to to be a little more proactive with their applicants when they're coming through the process and what they're really putting in their plans. Not just one rideshare van full priority stall, and call it that. That's my input. So with that, I see Mr. Farini's hand is up. Mr. Farini? Oh, no, maybe it's not up. Okay, sorry. Okay, so with that, I think, Commissioner Cooney, you have all the feedback you could ask for.
Well, Madam Chair, my motion, to be simple, is to deny the appeal of Dr. Dean with admiration for her effort and input and contribution to the future of this industry, and to grant the conditional use permit as it now stands, as it's been modified to this day, with the assurance that our staff will make every effort to adhere to the ordinance and to the general plan in granting and approving the permit.
I see Commissioner Park's hand up.
I will second the motion.
All righty. And County Council, did you want to add anything for us?
Madam Chair, it may have already been in the motion, but if the motion maker and second could confirm that it's the recommendation made by staff in the staff report, just so then it would include all of the different elements, including CEQA determination.
Madam Chair, I will confirm that. I was intending to move in favor of staff's recommendation with regard to the application.
And the
And
second.
we assume the secondary occurs. Yes?
Yes, I concur.
Okay, then I think Mr. Villalobos, it's time for a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion on the motion? I doubt it. Okay. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Chair Bridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. Before our commissioners leave, we do have the revised language for that set of minutes. So I'd say
Sure.
I did to the CVW case people in the room, and I believe that Mr. Villalobos actually emailed that to us earlier in the day, right, David? Okay.
Chair Bradley, this is
So,
Travis.
Yes.
Hi, this is Travis Seawards. And there was the issue of the Decker Appeal project, and we did get verification that both the appellant and the applicant are free on September 11th. So if you wanted to move the item to September 11th, you could make that motion as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chair Bradley.
Yes.
Yeah, on that,
Commissioner Frady.
let's come back to that. I want to discuss that further. So let's finish your first item. Then we'll come back to that September 11th meeting.
Okay. Okay, so we had a clarification for the minutes of August. Yeah, where'd they go? They fell on a floor. The August minutes said, I think Commissioner Cooney asked for a clarification on it, and we got something from Mr. Zorovich, correct?
So,
So
Madam Chair,
everyone had,
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think Mr. Villalobos sent 2 emails. We're recommending that the commission consider the wording in the second email. And if you would like, I could read that just to make sure we're all on the same page on what the recommended revised language would be.
yeah, please do that, because I probably didn't see the second email, but go ahead.
So to Commissioner Cooney's point, and Madam Chair, the revised language that we'd be inserting in the end of finding 2.2, where it says good cause shown, that last sentence that starts with in order to comply would be revised to state in order to allow the applicant additional time to comply with conditions of approval and be able to commence construction. So the time extension is required for the project.
Okay, is everybody, Commissioner Cooney, do you have a question about that?
No, I looked at it earlier, Madam Chair, and realized the confusion before. It was referring to permit expiration. That was a condition that they were concerned about. So I really could have accepted it the way it was, but this is much clearer, and I would move that we approve those minutes subject to this change.
Very good. Is there a second to that? Approving the minutes as amended?
Second.
Okay, I think I saw Commissioner Farini, so we're going to slip him in there.
Can you not hear me, Chair Bradley?
Did
Can
you?
you not
Yeah,
hear?
yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I can. I'm punchy. Sorry. So, Mr. Villalobos, can you do the roll call?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, now let's take up the Decker continuance date, right? So, Mr. Seward, do you want to jump in where you left off on?
Yes.
Can't have a meeting on the 11th. It's a holiday. So, where do we leave it?
Thank you, Chair
Madam
Bradley.
Chair, Madam Chair, we're talking about September 4th, canceling the meeting for September 4th, and that would result in a renoticing and rescheduling of the Decker project to September 11th. I think that's what's we're asking the commission to consider at this point.
Okay. Which means it would be coupled with the agenda that has OASIS.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So, is there feedback from the commissioners on that? Do we want to flip in the? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Farini.
So what County Council advised us was that meeting would be opened up to public comment, Decker appeal. And I don't see how you're going to get through that in less than an hour. We were also told that meeting had a time certain sunset of 4:00. And since this is a large project that involves a lot of the public and they've been waiting a long time, I don't think we should crowd that day.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
You know, I agree. I remember some of our hearings we've had on just approving findings, and two I can remember in particular, West Coast, it was a cannabis project, and also the Nesbitt helix. And the applicant's presentation on the Nesbitt helistop took longer when we looked at the findings than it did originally. And each of those short hearings just to approve findings took about an hour and a half. And I want to say this as diplomatically as possible, but if I were to take one of our more recent matters and predict which one in reconsidering findings would take a long time and have a lot of pressure for presentation, I would pick this one, the Decker one. So I'm equally concerned that we're going to try and make a bunch of people wait while we hope that one gets through, and then we're facing a 4:00 shut-off date, and I don't get lunch till 4:00, and who knows what happens at the disaster. So I should have been more clear in asking staff to not just confirm that September 11 was okay with somebody, but some, immediately subsequent date. I wished I had been more clear. Sorry, I wasn't.
So Secretary Wilson, we're kind of back to you on the calendar. So if it's not September 11th, and I think we already concurred that we don't want to have the hearing on September 4th, then what are we looking at for that continuance date?
So thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So we don't, after September 11th, we don't meet again until September 30th. Currently, there are 2 items on that projection report. They were thinking about rescheduling SoCal Gas for the 30th and maybe another telecom project. We could just, being that Mr. Decker and those that the community is wanting a speedy thing, we could just reschedule it for the 30th, or the next week would be October 7th. And that's just because of the dates that have already been selected for the Planning Commission.
Well, what's the feedback about the items that are already on the 30th? Is that going to zap the whole day? The Orchid Community Plan Amendment in the residential subdivision, Keyside 3? I mean, if you are recommending that we have an hour to slip in the Decker, or hour and a half maybe, the Decker findings, just want to be clear that that agenda can accommodate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we would schedule the Decker appeal to be the first item on that agenda. I mean, the options are we cancel the 4th. We canceled the 9th already. I think the commission is trying not to have a meeting with just one item on it. And so, the options are the 11th, which is, and I concur with Commissioner Freeney, there is a lot of public interest in that project. And so I think we should designate as much time to the community working on that project on Oasis. So the next hearing is the 30th, so we could move it to the 30th.
Okay. Well, I'm really proud of how the commission did today on a pretty tough cannabis case. Like, we got through it by force, so yay for us. Anyway, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooney, you had your hand up and I've been babbling. Did you want to add something?
I think I'm in concurrence with Commissioner Freeney. He's very protective of his constituents, and we've heard about the Oasis project coming. So here we are, and we're already getting cut short. So if it weren't for the fact that that's so compelling, and I'm not sure we'll get done with it one day, I'd be in favor of taking a very short time to do these findings. I predict we can get through them very fast. We know that case is going to the Board of Supervisors. We're not going to have a lot of debate or change to the findings for denial. We deny the project and send Mr. Decker on his way to the board. But I'm fine with it going to the 30th. This 30th, or if the public members that oppose his project can't attend on the 30th, then we do it the following week.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
So I will make a motion to cancel the September 4 hearing and continue that particular item that's set for September 4 over to our September 30 hearing. And I appreciate Commissioner Cooney's comments about Commissioner Freeney's relations to his constituents, but Commissioner Cooney should realize, like all controversial projects, this one is actually located in the 3rd district.
Oh, no, what are you talking about correcting the Oasis project, John?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, just a point of clarification. We're not agendized to continue that specific item. So if the motion maker would consider amending the motion just to cancel the hearing on the 4th and just provide direction to staff to work with the parties to schedule it for the 30th.
So moved that we cancel the 4th and we direct staff to the 30th September.
No. Second.
All right. Commissioner Cooney, you had your hand up. Did you want to talk to the motion? Are we ready for a vote? Let's go.
Commissioner Cooney.
Robas?
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Freeney.
Aye.
Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. Okay. Well, look at that. It's 4:02 p.m. and we are done.
Madam Chair.
You know what? I'm super proud of this commission. I am really, really tickled on the inside. I probably don't show it. I'm not enthusiastic at all, but I'm proud of everybody.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to share some news before you adjourn your meeting. We just received news that the appeal that you heard on Segundo Place for the supportive housing project was not appealed to the board. So,
wow, okay.
I wanted to share that with the commission, and I think that it's going to be a good project for that community in the long run.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Well, I think with that, we're done. I'm still not clear. Do we need to have a motion to adjourn, or we just adjourn?
Just
okay.
turn your TV off.
Right. Just stand up. Yeah, just
get out of your chair.
Yeah. Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.